What's going on? I just wanted to talk about this topic today, post traumatic poverty disorder. The idea came to my head basically when I was noticing, people that they had success financially and, even just overall in life, but they still are stagnant in decision making and even having certain habits such as hoarding stuff, keeping stuff that being afraid to throw away things like just just bad habits because these individuals are you know suffering from this affliction that I call post traumatic poverty disorder. Basically, they have had some type of success. They've overcame poverty, but because they were in it for a period of time or even just been through so much trauma while they were in poverty, they basically still held on to those traumatic experiences and habits that they had while they were in poverty. And I get it. It makes sense because if you got if you went through a situation where times were very lean, you didn't have a lot of things like a lot of older people that are from the silent generation, they overcame the Great Depression, and it was times that they probably didn't have much to eat. They didn't have clothes. Clothes were ragged and tattered, and shoes had holes in them. Well, when you get older and you remember that, you think, okay, well, I don't want to have to go through that again. So I'm gonna keep everything that I ever have. And next thing you know, you're older and now you're hoarding, and you don't know why you're hoarding, but you're hoarding. What's going on, Soul Shader? So the reason why a lot of times people have certain habits is because they overcame a traumatic situation but still held on to it. You know, so I'm going to talk about a few examples of that. I mean, one of the behaviors of post traumatic poverty disorder, as I mentioned, it is hoarding. A lot of a lot of people that I've noticed when I coming up, like my neighbors, my grandparents' neighbors, even my grandparents, primarily my grandmother, um, they don't necessarily live in no poor neighborhood, but I remember my neighbor across the street. He had a lot of like old stuff in his backyard, and it's like, man, I mean, what are you holding on to this stuff? Well, these guys, man, I mean, a lot of times as far as black people now, we look at things now like people have, Dodge Challengers and, Dodge Chargers and all of this other stuff, these status symbol items, and people appear to be doing okay. But, 60, 70, 80 years ago, black people lived primarily in slums. Okay, the majority of black people lived in pretty much ghettos where they were pretty much slum living, and you had to pretty much ordeal it. You had to do certain things such as like save rainwater. You had to be able to wash your clothes with the by hand, because it was just that was like the standard, and even 40 years ago, before they passed certain legislation acts, so they can discriminate on housing and giving out loans, they still do, and they get caught and they just pay a fine. But you know wealth and black people having wealth and money in some type of normal um degree of normalcy, let's just say, is fairly new. You want to say, I want to say it's only you could just say the last what 50 years where black people have been able to kind of have some type of degree of normalcy. I mean, you go back 50, 75, 100 years, the standard for black people was poverty, was basically, like I said, living in slums throughout the United States. I mean, it was not that many black people that had money, so intergenerationally, I noticed, my mother. I mean, I noticed my mother will hold on to things because she would watch her mother holding on to things. And then even my great grandmother, she would, I remember, her basement, and she had old stuff that she was just holding on to. Some of this stuff that she probably had, yeah, it is valuable. It is certain heirlooms, it's certain like antiques that are valuable and stuff like that. Yeah, that is the case. But I mean, a piece of plastic that basically is just something that you would recycle, you don't necessarily got to hold on to that. But, you know, this comes from a time where people, man, didn't have hardly any money whatsoever. I mean, they were struggling. And you find that today where you have people that come into money. You have people that come into money, whether it be entertainment. I mentioned the story about the lady that won the Powerball. She won $180 million, and she was still living like she was in a apartment, on a rough side of town. I mean, she had like, you see the it's not a documentary. I think it was like on Ayana Van Zant Fix My Life or something like that. She was basically living like a person that basically was in, apartment, didn't have a car, and she just had like bags everywhere and stuff like that. Well, that's a modern day prime example of post traumatic poverty disorder. I mean, you came into a whole bunch of money, but in your mind, you still have these behaviors back when you were in poverty. And a lot of times, I don't really mention a lot of times that people need to go talk to somebody, but you really do, because you can hold on to those things, those behaviors for your entire life, because if you haven't like addressed them or talked to somebody about them, you literally hold on to that stuff. And that's in the realm of counseling, therapy, and basically just basically trying to try to talk about those traumatic situations that you had to endure. Because a lot of times, yeah, I mean, people, life is tough. I mean, it's the old adage, life is tough. I mean, trying to overcome a lot of things, sometimes it does afflict you, and then next thing you know, yeah, it does bother you. So let's see here. Low jockey Sutton Wealth syndrome. Well, that you could say that that is a byproduct of post traumatic poverty syndrome. I mean, it is something with that. I mean, it's basically just, if you basically take a person that they were just working at Walmart as a cashier, and then they weren't educated, they just dropped out of high school, they got a job at Walmart. They really don't know that much about like general personal finance, whether let alone like overall well-roundedness of personal finance and other things. They're not gonna be able to probably handle, especially if they're young, they're not gonna be able to handle $100 million being thrown on them. I mean, it's just not gonna happen. I mean, typically, people, a lot of people that create wealth, they typically do it on a small scale and then work their way up. They don't just you don't just most people typically don't just wake up and then they got $100 million in their bank account. I mean, that just it's very rare that that happens. I mean, that does not usually happen like that. Typically, it's a gradual climb, a gradual ascent, not you just basically just get a mountain full of money. Like that's like almost fantasy. It's very rare. Um, typically it doesn't happen like that. But then when it does happen, yeah, typically you hear the stories. I mean, how many times have you heard the story of somebody having a whole bunch of money and then they start spending it and then people start coming out the woodworks and asking for money, stealing money from them, and all kind of other stuff. Well, that's because they just they got it all of a sudden. They didn't know how to deal with it, and it's just a lot of things. Like a lot of people that have gotten these like record deals. They came from the hood. Their first album, they talking about the hood. you know they talking about their life struggles growing up in their neighborhood. Then their second album, they start to get away from that, and then some they lose some of their fan base because it's like they got new stories and it doesn't involve being in a life of poverty trying to overcome it. They have already overcame it, and it's like their fan base is the same fans when they were in that situation. Then they have a disconnect, because believe it or not, the reason why a lot of times the ghetto stuff sells as far as rap and all of that is because it's a lot of people that are still in that environment. It's more people without than people that have. Okay, so if you appeal to the people that don't have, it's more people that don't have versus people that have. So a lot of times I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of rappers they'll have a hit album or maybe two, and then on the third album it's like, okay, well, they start kind of losing their fan base. But um I've talked about the whole this also kind of goes into the behavior where you see recently mentioning staying on the rappers, these like ghetto rappers that are getting in shootout battles and stuff like that. Well, that's a product of this disorder that I'm mentioning, post traumatic poverty disorder. Like I said in another video, you've already overcame this situation where you didn't have that much money and now you're a millionaire, right? Whereas basically people that are millionaires are very rare no matter what their ethnicity is, and being a black millionaire is so rare. Statistically less than 1% of the entire population, much less than 1% are actually millionaires. So you are this rare, you know individual that were able to make millionaire status, and you acting like somebody that lived right around from you, in basically in the hood. You still acting like that. You still your day-to-day behaviors are of someone that lives in a part of town where high unemployment, basically 50 more than 50% of the people are in poverty. You're still behaving like that because you basically you have this syndrome that I'm mentioning, this disorder that you basically still are holding on to these behaviors, uh even after you get money. And it's like, you see it every day, and you wonder why. Okay, like you going to work, you trying to make, 50,000, $100,000, whatever you can make, 30,000, and this guy got $1 million, and he's behaving like somebody that's a clown in the ghetto. Yeah, then it's easier for people to relate to the person. I don't know what you mentioned in there. Maybe you talking about when I was mentioning um how they start talking about their neighborhood when their first album drops and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's basically you got these rapper millionaires. Not all of them are millionaires, but you got to imagine they got way more money than you and me both put together. I mean, they showing them count money in the money machine, because basically, I mean, I was talking about rich dummies, and basically that's what they are. They're rich dummies, but they have the riches, but they have a disconnect, and I'm going further in the rabbit hole, and that disconnect is that post traumatic poverty disorder. I mean, it's like they really should be like going to go talk to a shrink, and sitting down and talking about why they do the things they do, or just have someone ask them questions, because they look at it as it's cool and stuff like that. But from a perspective of somebody, like I said, that is looking at it on the outside looking in, I can tell these people have a problem. I know these people have a problem. I don't have to be a rocket scientist. I don't even have to be a psychologist to tell that these people definitely have some problems. One problem is they don't know how to stay their ass in the house. You know, yeah, they still think that they're poor. They have a poor mindset, but have money. Yeah, I mean, that's basically in a nutshell of what I mean about this whole this disorder. You know, let me. I'll just go. I always talk about kings. A lot of times, I go back to the king, because the king concept basically is. I mean, that's probably. I mean, that's the highest form that any man can possibly attain, right? King status, right? Now, I mean, a lot of people. I mean, a lot of kingdoms or monarchies have been banned, or basically taken out. There's very few monarchies still in existence, but let's just talk about the king, for example, because the king usually was rich. A king was bestowed. He was the person that was bestowed the land, the riches within the land. That was part of his kingdom. That is, pretty much someone that I would say that I would start with. Okay, if you look at a king does not just go outside willy nilly, unprotected. Okay, a lot of times when the king was threatened, when his life was threatened, or it was rumors that his life was threatened, he wouldn't even go outside. He wouldn't go outside his castle. He would basically try to disappear. He would basically go in hiding if it was any type of threat, to his life. And I look at it, someone that's like a millionaire, not so much like a king. I don't think a millionaire is a king. Maybe a billionaire is more of an argument. But if you have 1 million plus dollars, what's going on, Iori? You gotta say to the average person, you're pretty much like a damn king. Okay, to a person that has to work for a living. You get the average. Believe it or not, the average person, um, depending on age groups, but just on average, the average person in America makes about $50,000. Okay, now you having $1 million plus, and Let's just say you have a job, you just make 50,000, but you already have $1 million. You are 10 times, 20 times ahead of the average individual in America. And, in that example, you are sort of like a person high up there, and it's like, that's how I look at it. Like, you don't have the same, you shouldn't behave the same way as an average person, or even a below average person. Because let's face it, a person that goes to work every day, a quote unquote square, he's not trying to go have shooting battles with people, in the hood and stuff like that. It's just not, so um that's why I mentioned that, but yeah, it's that's one aspect of it, as far as, just the behavior, and acting, let's quote unquote acting ghetto. I mean, that's definitely part of it. And it's other things to it as well. I mean, just the way you think, because a lot of times this actually goes, that's why I mentioned going to seek a therapist and stuff like that, because it's all about how you think in your mind. Your thought process is, if is somebody that lives in your neighborhood that was extremely poor, and you got all of this money, so you kind of, even if you got your behavior in check, like, for example, my uncle, he's hesitant, very hesitant to spend any money. And one of the reasons why is because he definitely grew up very, very poor. I mean, very, very poor. I mean, he learned very early that the world does not is not going to do anything for him. He's got to do it for himself. And he is very hesitant to make business decisions. While everybody else is using their money to get rich, he's kind of stagnant and just being very, very highly defensive. And I had to tell him, I say, man, I mean, you could already have been a millionaire if you just, invested a little bit more. And it's just like he's just dragging his feet because he's afraid to make that bad decision, that'll, in his mind, maybe he'll lose. He doesn't want to lose anything, right? And I get it. You do have to be defensive once you have any money, even if it's money from just a job. You just got a big, 401k, and you just, got money that you save from working over the years, and properties, and whatever. You still have to be defensive in that regard. But his level of defensiveness is definitely due to basically post traumatic, poverty disorder. I mean, he basically was very, very poor, with my grandmother. They were living in, pretty much like, kind of like a housing project in a south side of Chicago. Then my grandfather came along with, being a business owner, and then they had a better life. But before that, I mean, he lived 14 years of, being, kind of very, very poor. So it's not like, okay, all of a sudden you get money, and then now, or you in a situation where things are better, and then you just forget all of that. Your mind just get erased, and then it gets reformatted into this new lifestyle. It doesn't have to happen that way. Typically, people hold the memories and the, life struggles that they've had before a different lifestyle change. And that's why pretty much, you gotta talk to somebody. You gotta, if you don't have a friend to vent to or talk to, you should go seek, some type of counselor, because a lot of times you gotta work your way out of that. If you don't have anyone to give you any type of advice, or walk you through certain things that you've, certain mental blockages that you have in your head, I mean, you're just gonna hold on to that. So it's all due to your perceptions, and the perception of someone that's in poverty is a lack of abundance theory. Okay, it's the lack of abundance mindset, right? Where you just think, oh, woe is me, there's nothing in the world, it's nothing, it's nobody gonna do anything, it's just what I have right in front of me and that's it. Well, you know theoretically that's not a bad way to look at things, but it's not the truth. So every day on the stock market, it's trillions of dollars get traded every day on the stock market. I mean, the financial system trades trillions of dollars every day of different transactions. To be honest, what what the economy is actually based off of is basically transactions, whether it be a shake of a hand and then a swipe of a Square credit card of like $20, just add those, add every credit card purchase, every gas purchase, every swipe of a credit card, cash exchange, all of that combined is basically the economy. And trillions of dollars get traded every single day. Now, this comes from just education. This is what I've researched. This doesn't come from just, just out the sky or anything like that. Because I had to try to get my mind to think outside of you know, my humble beginnings, because I didn't grow up rich either. I was around people that had more than I had. I grew up in a middle class household. I didn't yeah, I didn't start off there. I mean, I grew up. I still remember being a kid, being around like right across the street from the projects, in the ghetto, and then moved out to the suburbs when I was about 5 years old. So I still remember the quote unquote ghetto. The funny thing is, the ghetto where I live, it was called something. It was called the low end, but now that same area is called Bronzeville, and you can't even buy land for less than $40,000. Okay, and a lot of those buildings around there, they're like $500,000, $1 million buildings. It's like about 10 minutes away from downtown Chicago, the Loop. So it's cycles to a lot of things, but the actual mindset, I had to educate myself to understand things like this, like trillions of dollars are traded. The United States has basically a wealth of about $600 trillion. And even focusing on China, China is so wealthy. Okay, it's not, as far as land mass, it's not as big as the United States, but it has damn near as much as wealth as the United States. It has like $400 trillion of actual wealth. Like if you look up the wealthiest companies in the world, if you look on that list on Forbes, China, a lot of Chinese companies are on that list. Now, when I say Chinese companies, it's not like in America where it's like, it's Toyota, or let's just say Ford, and Ford is actually owned by Ford. In China, they're owned by the by the government. It's a nationalized country company. So, like for example, the Bank of China is actually owned by China. Okay, so it's a little bit different. It's more of a communist country, or nationalized country, but they have a lot of wealth. Okay, a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? So these things just help you think about how wealthy the world is. I mean, it's land that is undiscovered, that has oil below it. It has gold below it. It has platinum. It's a lot of the gold that has not been discovered. It's like more gold that has not been discovered that's actually been discovered. I mean, it's just little mental tricks that you have to remind yourself. I mean, just think about the guy. I don't know if you guys heard of this story of the sky in Indonesia. He just basically looked up on his roof one day and it was a meteorite that just dropped from the sky and landed on his roof. I mean, the meteorite was worth over $1 million, and now he's very very wealthy just off of just something falling from the sky. Okay. Don't even let me talk about the universe, because if I go start talking about the universe, I'll really blow your mind, because it's like, for example, Jupiter, the rings of Jupiter is just made out of diamonds. Okay. I mean, some of these planets are actually made out of like freaking gold and diamonds and shit like that. It's like, it's really really crazy. Like when you start to thinking about the universe and the Milky Way and galaxies and shit like that, you really start like, your mind is way blown out, because basically, yes, yeah, we're on this planet, but this planet is very very wealthy. Okay. Like my father, he used to tell me, actually, my father used to tell me, it's like, because I used to I still do, but he didn't like the fact that I said poor. And I understood why he mentioned that, it's really no poor, it's no such thing as poor people, because basically what he was referring to was is that pretty much God has all of the wealth, all of the money, right? All of the resources, right? So if you tap into that, to God per se, or Allah, or whatever you want to call him, the whole entire world has wealth. I mean, water, you can bottle water and sell it for money. I mean, you can literally walk around. There's no one stopping you to walk around and discover things, and like pretty much, as far as like, you could get a metal detector and dig up dirt and find like old, jewelry items, and gold, whatever, platinum, copper. You could fish. You can start fishing and actually collect fish and sell it. I mean, you could think about everything possibly, everything has some type of material value to it. Okay, and it's you sell it, you make money, and it's all over the planet. Okay, in that regard, that's what he was talking about. I mean, the whole entire planet, is pretty much at your feet, and it's wealth beyond measure. So it's just, these are the sort of things that people tend to not kind of think about. And it's like, this is why a lot of times people have these disconnects. Sometimes, I'm not saying that. I think sometimes people should go like reach new heights, and maybe even try to like go to, let's say, if the church works for you, because you got some churches that they preach basically prosperity, right? The prosperity churches and stuff, and they teach you about the world being abundant and God being abundant and stuff like that. I'm kind of all for that, because a lot of times, whatever it takes to get you out of the mindset of thinking lowly of everything, it just kind of helps, because, yeah, I mean, the world is not what you see it from. And then just think of somebody as old as I am. I've seen the ghetto turn into basically a upper class community. I've seen it. I've seen a upper class community or a middle class community become a lower class community too. But it's like, basically, what you actually see, you either optimistic about it or pessimistic. A lot of times, let's just face it, a lot of people that are in impoverished communities, or quote unquote ghettos, they have a pessimistic mindset, because they're around a lot of negativity. It's a lot of people that are struggling just like they are, and when they get out of that, they tend to keep that, that mindset. And it's like, another thing is that people don't even value their merchandise, because, like, for example, how many people have seen people get evicted, and then their stuff is out in the front of their house? Their all their freaking clothes that they went to go spend, you know, like a t-shirt, right? A t-shirt is at least $10 a t-shirt, right? Or even on clearance is $5. Like you could just sell the clothes on like Poshmark or I mean, like I don't know if they have this like all over the country, but they have some like clothing place called Plato's Closet, and you can go literally take like a big bag of clothes into Plato's, and they'll give you actually cash for your clothes. I mean, it's like you spent money on it, but you're willing to give it away for free. Hard-earned money, for furniture and everything like that, and you just give it away for free. You probably could have used that money because you knew you were going to get evicted. Could have used that money for selling your stuff, and then to help you move or to help you when because you got to find a new place to live, or maybe even avoid your ass being on the street. So it's just stuff like that a lot of times, people just kind of, they don't even value what they even have. So I'm gonna drop the link if anybody wants to actually, speak on the topic. I'm all ears. I actually I was watching in the NFL. I was watching some NFL games. I was watching the Green Bay Packers lose. Shout out to Philip Rivers. I was a critic of him because he's old as hell, but he got the W. Helped the Packers get another loss. I was greatly appreciative of that. And then also the Minnesota Vikings loss. My cousin, I sent him out something because he was ragging on me because the Bears got beat by the Vikings last weekend. So he's really, really extra quiet um because his bums lost another loss. I don't even know why he would even be proud of his team, which would is only like they won like 5 games, and they literally lost more games than they won, but he was just so happy that they beat the Bears, which they ain't shit either. I'll just say it. I mean, basically the Bears, they got the same problems they had last year. They got these backup quarterbacks that they made that they're paying as starters and trying to pretend that they're starters when they're just backup quarterbacks, which is fine. But for some reason or another, whoever's in management is trying to make these quarterbacks something that they're actually not. It is what it is. I mean, if you are who you are, it's nothing. You could try to dress up a lemon as much as you want, it's still a lemon. If you're a backup, you're cool, you're still good, you could be utilized, but you're still a backup. And then their defensive backs, other than Kyle Fuller, they really need some help in that department. And yeah, their offense sucks because obviously they got it's been a quarterback. Man, it's been a quarterback controversy in the Chicago Bears franchise history. It's just year after year, it's just this constant quarterback controversy where some teams like Green Bay, they're able to address their quarterback issues. For some reason or another, the Chicago Bears just never can address their quarterback issues. It's like I'd be scratching my head every year, like, damn, I mean, you just get these guys that and pay them a whole bunch of money, and then next thing you know, I mean, they like stinking up the whole freaking bench because they're just not what you thought they were, and paying them top dollar, and they're not that good. Um, prime example is dude from the Atlanta Falcons. what's his name? The quarterback from the Atlanta Falcons. Yeah, yeah. You guys know who he is, but basically, yeah, he's one of those guys that they paid a whole bunch of money to, and he ain't really worth that at all. And I think probably this will be his last year that they'll actually have him on. What, Soul Shader? I never even heard your voice, man. I'm probably gonna you you popped on. Wow, what's going on, man?
What's up?
What's happening? Oh, okay. That's damn. You sound like you got some bass in your voice, man. You what's going on, man?
So you can
You
actually sell your clothes and people will actually buy them after you use them.
Yeah, it's a couple apps that I know. Well, it's one app that I know about is Poshmark. I've never used them. A lot of women use them. It's primarily like a place where you can sell used clothes.
Okay.
And I don't know if Plato's Closet is national. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but Plato's Closet is in I know it's here in the Midwest, well, primarily in the Illinois, Indiana area. It's basically a thrift store, but they'll buy your clothes. It's not a low scale thrift store like Salvation Army or Goodwill, but it's like primarily like they'll give you money for primarily the they'll give you the value of your clothes, like probably about, I'll say, 75 to 80%. Or no,
Okay.
they'll give you 20% of the value of your clothes. Like, but which is not good, but it's better than throwing them in the garbage.
Yeah, it's better than
you know,
nothing.
right, right. So, primarily a lot of women, they deal with that too, more often. Because they'll just use that money to buy some like more clothes. But they actually have Plato's Closet actually has some very they have their clothes a lot better because um they actually get like some pretty good clothes, and they're slightly used. I mess with their stores because I I just wash them. I mean, nobody knows that you got thrift clothes. It's like, I mean, it's a way to save money. I used to go to malls and stuff like that, but when I got to where I'm an adult and I got budgets and stuff like that, I can't afford to really splurge in the mall like that. But you know, every now and again I do. But yeah. So so what do you think about this topic, post traumatic poverty disorder? What do you think about like people that still have issues? They overcame poverty, but they still have issues, like they have certain habits like holding on to stuff, like hoarding, thinking very lowly of things, like their outlook is always pessimistic or a negative light, or um, they get stagnant with their decision makings because in their mind they don't want to have to go back to the ghetto, or
Right.
go back being poor. So they're scared to make decisions and stuff like that.
I I think it's due to childhood trauma, like something
Yeah.
that happened in their childhood is what caused them to stay in that negative state of mind and think that they can't change anything.
hmm Yeah, definitely, man. I think people that listen to this playback, they have some of those issues. This is gonna definitely help them, because all you got to do is, like, if you really want to go there, like if you start researching the universe, um like the different planets and then galaxies and stuff like that, your mind will be blown away as far as how big this is, how deep this goes. And then the planet alone, the earth, pretty much, It is vast with tons of minerals. I mean, I mentioned on some of my videos with like my Monday through Friday videos, like you can literally, like, for example, you can go to a produce store, you can buy like apples, oranges, and just don't get the seedless stuff. Get the ones with the seeds in it. Collect seeds after you eat the fruit, and just like collect a whole bunch of seeds, and then start like growing small apple trees, right? You
Right.
can sell an apple tree, a mini sapling, for like $5 to $10.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's like, how much does that cost you? You supposed to eat fruit, so you should already have fruit. Probably, most people have that laying around. I know a lot of people's grandmas and stuff, they have like the fruit basket, or your mom like have the like fruit basket with the fruit that's just on display, and a lot of times she ends up having to throw it away because it starts ripening, or rotting out or whatever. I mean, those just stuff like that is you just mind blowing. I remember because I watch a lot of American Greed, and I used to watch it with the ex wife a lot of times, and is one episode I'll never forget. It was this like kind of like really out of touch white guy that lived on this tree farm with his father, and for somehow or another he got entangled with this like Hispanic woman, and she was scamming him of his money by like faking that she was pregnant with one of his child. It's on
Wow.
American Greed. She at the end of the day, she got like a whole bunch of money. She had a boyfriend at the time. The boyfriend was buying like a Lambo. They were going on trips. They ended up getting arrested, got sent to prison, and basically the guy lived on a pine tree farm. And one thing every people that deal with real estate and stuff like that, they and actually more or less rehabbing houses. Um, Lumber is very, very expensive. Okay. Lumber, even in the stocks, a lot of the lumber is actually used because, like for example, Kimberly Clark. Kimberly Clark makes I think they sell one of the diaper companies, I believe Huggies. They sell toilet paper. I think Scott's tissue. All of that comes from lumber, as well as like lumber to be to use to build houses or rebuild houses. It's very, very expensive. And you think of an entire tree. The trees, the like for logging, those trees are, man, they're very, very expensive as far as cost. Like the money that you can get from like logging, from tree logging, is phenomenal. And this guy and his father ended up dying, but they had like a really good time because they just was like loggers. They owned like a whole bunch of land, and they had the trees on it. But they the Hispanic lady, she ended up like getting him to like cut all of these trees down and getting the money from it so she can like scam them or whatever, and live this like lifestyle. um I remember him saying, just come back in about 10 years. And
Mm.
what he meant by that is that all those trees that were cut down, it's just gonna grow back. I mean, literally, what I'm just telling you, the nuggets that I'm saying is basically get a whole bunch of land and then start growing trees on it. And you
Wow.
literally, like, dude was a millionaire. Those were millions of dollars. I think they said it was like over $10 million in just the trees alone. Okay, because it's like, yeah, lumber. I'm not very privy on the cost, but like each like tree is worth a lot of money. And it's like literally just simple stuff like that. Well, it's not so much simple, but just a freaking tree farm, a actual logging site. a logging site. It's worth millions and millions of dollars. Okay. Um, you can literally also have like a fish farm. Just have a little small area and and grow catfish, tilapia. Because I thought about doing this perch, different like freshwater fish, and you can make tons and tons of money because a lot, fish costs, and people eat fish, and you could just like sell it as like a package to like restaurants, grocery stores, farm raised tilapia, catfish. I mean, they do this a lot down south. People that down south, they gonna, you know, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
Um, 'cause and you just think like it doesn't really cost. Another thing is shrimp. Like shrimp is really really big because a lot of people like to eat shrimp. You can farm raise shrimp. It's actually a dude on YouTube that he's got really really old videos on how to raise prawns. Um, you can grow like what prawns are. Do you know what prawns are, Soul
Like
Shader?
fruit.
No, prawns. They're called prawns.
What are those?
It's like big ass shrimp, like the size of like your finger or your like index finger, and even longer than that. They're like super giant shrimp, and it's like jumbo shrimp, but like these are like super jumbo shrimp, and it's like very expensive. They like 19, 18, $19 a pound because it's like they're like really huge shrimp and they're called prawns. So like you can grow those and make a whole bunch of money like growing these shrimp, you know. It's just like a lot of stuff you can do that it doesn't really cost that much to do. And you can make a whole bunch of money doing it. And it's just all about looking at what people spend their money on, and it just looking at the world how it is abundant, like the world is abundant. One thing about the United States that I noticed a long time ago, like primarily when when I was around your age, when I was going away to college and I was trying to get away from my parents, I would go like drive all the way down in state Illinois, like central Illinois, and all of this farmland is like vast farmland, right? I'm like, damn, it's more land that's not being really settled, or it's like nobody's living on than there are, people actually living on land. So you could buy land for fairly cheap, and actually like maybe grow crops, maybe have like a homestead where you have like a combination of crops, livestock, and just basically have that, and make a living off of. In Illinois, marijuana, they're making a ton of money off of weed. They're growing it downstate and then selling it up here for ungodly amounts of money. I mean, like it's just crazy how much money they make like $1 million a day in the dispensaries here in Illinois. Some
a
of some of
million
the
dollars a
um,
day.
$1 million a day. I kid you not,
Man,
because they got people buying it online. They got long lines of people that are driving up, and actually spending money. You know what? It's not $1 million a day. It's more like $1 million a month. Not not
oh,
not a
okay.
million a day.
I was
Yeah,
about to
but a
say
million dollars a month. $1 million a month ain't bad either. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean it just growing weed. They got some scientists involved. They got like people because they like crossbreed different strains of weed and stuff like that. I mean, it gets deep, but the profits that they make are ungodly compared to what they actually got to spend to get the product out. So, and this is all legal. Well, they got to get licenses, they got to get approved, and all of that. It's a lot of money involved for Upstart, but they're making just money off of growing weed. I mean, so it's like something that grows from the dirt. Like you just water it, put some light on it, and it's gonna grow. I mean, it's not. It's you don't have to be some rocket scientist. It doesn't involve like really complicated things, and they're making a lot of money off of it. Um, it's a lot of land that's open. It's available for purchase. I mean, you don't even know what's below the land. I mean, you might like in Texas, a long time ago, of course, you could buy land and then it's oil below it. You flew around and you got a freaking swath of oil that's undiscovered below your land. So it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Um, it's a lot of ways. I'm sure I mean, you mentioned something. I ain't gonna really talk about too much, but you mentioned something about how guys are desperate, and they
Yeah,
spending money off of, But I don't know if that has anything to do with poverty disorder. I don't necessarily. It might. It might have. I mean, because that's another thing. What I do notice about some of these guys that come up into money, and primarily these like entertainers, like rappers and whatnot. Their girlfriends that they have, they go through a lot of drama with them, and it's like it must be something with that too, because you got to think it's something with their mindset, because you know I wouldn't tolerate that. I would I don't make nowhere near $1 million, and by the time if I made $1 million, you think I wouldn't have any tolerance for any woman that is not you know damn near pretty much my personal slave. I mean,
right.
I just don't see it any other way. I mean, you know anything less than just basically being at my beck and call. I mean, I wouldn't even entertain. And these guys, like, they be putting up, with a lot of that stuff. Like another a guy, for example, Sway Lee. He was like getting into it with his girlfriend. I think like they were saying he damn near was running her over, and his girlfriend was like um trying to run him over or something like that. And I'm like, this dude is like one of the best producers in the music industry. One of the, he's a very young guy, but he got a lot of money. Why does he put up with this shit? And it has to be something to do with
Just not
with what I'm.
valuing
Yeah,
themselves.
he's not valuing what he actually has and what he does, and then even probably how many women are that would love to just be replace this woman, that this hyena that he's having problems with, and it just yeah it I just I can't understand it with the stuff that I know now. It probably I understood it more maybe a long time ago before I really came into. Because see, here's the thing about, and I know you value red pill knowledge with as far as relationship with women. I'm gonna tell you this. Like 2008, 2007, I started to be like kind of conscious and stuff like that, where I started to research a lot of different things. But I didn't really. I have to admit, I didn't know. I was very aware of a lot of different things as far as like new concepts of like his new history, new understandings of history that I didn't know about, and different concepts and stuff that I didn't know about. But I'm gonna be honest, I really didn't know that much about women as far as red pill knowledge in relations to women until the last 6 years. That's when cause it but see, the same way I looked at it with consciousness, I looked at it with women. I was like, well, I'm this smart dude, but I'm still having problems with women. Okay, I thought I knew women, but I really didn't. I had to. I knew quite a bit, but I still didn't know quite a lot. And then I started to. That's where I started to like kind of take a serious approach to it, and I started listening to everybody. I was listening to Ron Wills, BGS, Black Ram, 313, anybody that was around at the time. I'm talking like 2016 onward. Like I started to really pay attention, and when I started to like notice different things, and then also research stuff on my own, I, that's when I started to get a level of understanding of quote unquote game to really understand women, and then that doesn't stop. I mean, just recently I've I've like the last I say year I've started listening to a guy by the name of Cousin Tita. um he's actually in the Chicagoland area too, but I never seen him. But I started to research what he was talking about, because he actually was someone that was a stripper pretty much. Got somebody else. It's got Iori. What's going on, Iori?
What's going on, bro? I'm here for the MSP. You know what I mean? I'm here for the Millionaire Savings Plan. What's up?
Oh, oh yeah, yeah. I'll talk about that, but I mean, basically, what we were talking about. If you were listening. How guys basically they'll have the money, they'll
Mhm.
even have some of the knowledge, right? But they don't understand women, and I was one of those guys like 4 or 5 years ago. I get women, but I didn't understand a lot of the stuff. And then this is where people like they don't respect game. They like be like, oh, he's one of them game dudes. Let me turn away from him.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. You got women that do they got game, they read books or they listen to women or whatever, or they mom or aunt, and then they'll use that against you, and then you don't have no arsenal to defend yourself or to understand what this woman is actually doing. Then next thing you know, you be game goofy, and then you get in a relationship with a woman, and then next thing you going to child support court or going, you
Mhm.
know, to divorce court or whatever you going, some court, because you were game goofy. You
Right.
basically just was getting women, but you didn't really fully understand them. That's where the Octane series, the BGS Octane series, it becomes extremely valuable.
Sure.
Where it's like, you're a 92 octane dude, but or 89 octane dude, but you dealing with 85 octane chicks, and it's like you didn't really even break it down like that. Like, okay, damn, I mean, well, I should really just try to get someone like myself, an educated woman, or even a highly professional woman, which is a 92 octane, to just kind of raise me up, whether it is try to get somebody that's gonna drag me down. It's just stuff like that that I had to pick up and learn and understand and put some time and benefit. If I find value in someone, I definitely reciprocate.
Sure.
I'll send a super chat, I'll send a cash app, I'll buy their book, I'll buy a video. But the MSP, yeah, I mean, it's on Amazon. Let me drop a link of that actual book on Amazon. Yeah, it's done. It's my first edition.
There you go.
But is this something that you're actually, because I've been talking about this. You've been I don't know how long you've been listening to me, but I've been talking about this for several months. And
I
is
think
this some
you, I think you and me got connected probably like I don't know 60 days ago on. Shout out to a Real Deal Financial.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
shout out to him. that's how we got connected originally. But like
Oh, okay.
I always throw out the MSP because like that's something definitely that's a really good thing, man. Like, and every time I see you or anything else like that, I always end up kind of dropping that MSP thing down because people need to know the value of what that is.
Yeah.
Just understanding that, whether it's subconsciously or whatever,
Mhm.
it is what it is. I'm looking at the link right now.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much some financial game because I'm not saying that you definitely need the actual like game as far as understanding women to go
Mhm.
along with that, but you do need just for yourself, for your own self, you need that. Like before I was married, I like I told my ex-wife, I can't blame you for me being, financially inadequate. This problem I had well before I met you. This problem I've been dealing with for a long time, and it's like where the MSP comes in is, yeah, it's something that I had to use for myself. I had to create my own system for the way I think and how I look at things and what works for me. I tried other people's systems. I promise to God, I can go into my storage unit and pull out all my books. I got Susie books on Susie Orman. I got books on Robert Kiyosaki,
Right.
Dave Ramsey. I've got multiple books with Dave Ramsey. I've got books by a lot of different financial gurus. And don't get me wrong, Millionaire Next Door, Richest Man in Babylon. Um,
Right. 100%.
you know, a lot of these different guys, and I've read quite a few of them. It's some books that I still have to read, but um, I've gotten a lot of knowledge from those authors and those people. But the Millionaire Savings Plan is something that is my work. It's my sort of plan that systems that works for me, and I'm sure those systems that those guys mentioned that I mentioned that works for them. This is the MSP is something that works for me. And my friend, he hit me up and said, basically I've been using it and it's been working for me because what it does is it's like a combination of so many things. One, like you've mentioned briefly, it's like a motivator. It
Right.
does motivate you to consciously think, where do I want to be? What level do I want to get to? I want to get those rewards that I want to attain as far as the certain steps. I also I want to be able to have some money to start that business and get on that step so I can actually not only get to that level, but actually start a business. And then, yeah, ideally I should, once I start that business, I should make more money from that business. So it's gonna help. It's like a financial plan. It's a savings plan. It's a wealth plan. It's like something that motivates you. It like motivates you to like work hard, to get up in the morning. It's like it drives you, and it's like a life's plan too, because, like, for example, if my financial plan consists of me starting a business, well, that's my life's plan. I wanted to start a business, that a restaurant or something like that, since I was a child. I've already started a business, but it wasn't really that successful as I wanted it to be. In the way I would do it with the money, I would actually have a business, because, as I've mentioned before, not to rag on people that are self-employed, but you don't have a business, and this is from Robert Kiyosaki.
Right.
You
100%.
don't have a business unless you actually have a system that works basically on its own without you actually having to work it. So, for example, you are the head of a company. You're just on a board. You already have a business that's up and running. You don't have to wake up in the morning to open that business up or open that store or go into the office. That business is already set up with managers, associates, clerks, um, people that work in the mailroom. People, if you look at just a company, a corporation, and you walk in an office building, well, all those people inside that office building, they run that company, whether even being a janitor, that cleans up after, cleans the bathrooms or, takes out the trash every day. Though all of those people are cogs in a wheel of basically running this company indirectly of what you're actually doing. Well, a lot of people have they just have they're just self-employed, whereas they open up the restaurant and they train the new staff on how to like clean up and how to cook, start certain recipes and do certain things, and they run their books and they answer phone calls, and they're doing more than definitely 25% of the work, if not 50% of the work for their restaurant. And they just have one restaurant. They might have two, but I don't look at that as nothing. They'll be these people are some of them are very very financially successful, but it's not really truly a business. It's more of like you created your own like self-employment
Right.
for yourself.
You
You
bought your
know,
you bought your job. Like,
yeah,
100%.
you bought you a job. Like my actual my computers shop. What's going on, pretty woman? My computer shop, I had to do everything that was related to opening my doors. I had to open the store up. I had to turn the lights on. I mean, of course, I had to clean up. I had to be the janitor. I had to be the customer service. Um, I had to do everything when it relates to that business. Now, when I get to a certain level where I actually put funding up to start a business according to my MSP, I definitely will not be trying to kick it off to be where it's a actual a job. I would have a manager. I have enough money to fund a manager, an assistant manager, as well as hire associates to run the business. I have a system of some type of cameras, whether it be self-monitoring cameras or monitored cameras to, you know, point me alerts if somebody who's like taking some money out of the register or whatever the case may be, and I'll have it run itself. I'm not gonna, you know, once I get to that point, I will have a business where it will be a system where it will run itself. So but that is a financial plan. You know, once I get to a level where, ultimately at the end of the MSP where it's like $1 million, I would already have about 3 houses, couple exotic cars, and a mansion. I mean, I would just start it over and start off at $10,000, and then I'll just get more diabolical because ultimately my bucket list ain't just to have a mansion. I actually want a castle. So
There you go.
I guess the second part of the MSP, where ultimately step 11 would be $10 million, then I would be able to actually, yeah, I would definitely have enough money to get a castle, because yeah, you're gonna need about a couple $1 million to 4 million to
What
get a castle.
Where do you want to get the castle? Have you thought about that?
It's a couple things I could do. I could just be like, well, I'll just get one in Europe, like Pretty Woman was talking about. I'll just get one that's for sale in Europe because there's just a lot of castles in Europe. Um, it's quite a few castles actually on the East Coast because the East Coast is kind of very old. It's traditionally more the oldest area of the United States.
Sure.
So they have quite a bit of older kind of neo-colonial castles. But I could do that, or I could just build a castle somewhere in Illinois, primarily because I'm from here. I ideally would want to build one here. Um, so is a dude that I followed. He built one in Tennessee. It cost him a little over $2 million. He literally built one off of a plan. They have like architectural designs for castles. They got like literally castle builds that you literally they're built they're diagram from an architectural design blueprint. You can even create your own blueprint from get you some type of architecture and have him or her design you some type of design for a new castle. But it's expensive, but you got to figure it's going to cost you quite a few $1 million to
Sure.
build.
Uh,
But the existing structures, you're not going to save that much if you bought one. As far as I saw, so they're quite expensive.
The other thing you could do is you could always buy a castle in Europe and renovate it. Like
Right.
is like I was I was just kind of doing this. What I think it was a couple of years ago. I was looking at like they've got real estate websites that are for castles
Oh
only.
yeah, yeah. They Yeah, I don't know them off the top of my head, but yeah, they
They
there are some that I know of that they they literally are just for castles, or if not, they're a combination of castles and chateaus, different types of like European type houses, even internationally. Like they'll show you like a castle somewhere in Istanbul or somewhere in Croatia, or just about anywhere, even like somewhere in the Middle East or whatever. Like they just got houses all over the world.
100%.
Um
100%. So yeah, man, like that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, and,
yeah.
and it's really I was talking to a buddy of mine, and uh uh he's an affiliate marketer, right? Actually, I was watching a video of his, and then I talked to him afterwards. But it's interesting because there's so many ways to make money on the internet now.
Yeah.
Like you can you can get like a affiliate marketing deal set up for like $10,
Yeah.
$20, $25, $50. I'm like, and ironically, I started thinking about it. I'm like, yo, anytime I feel like there's some shit for $20, hold on, 1 second,
All right.
1 second. Well, I gotta take this call real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pick up after you. Yeah. The internet is fairly young. The internet is it's only, let's just say, about 20 something years old, as far as is what we know of the internet or the modern day internet. So it's still a lot of stuff that is just not even, it's just not out. I mean, you get that a lot of times when you just like say you're looking for an app, and you like, damn, it's not even that many apps out here. And then the apps that are on this that are available, they got like really crappy reviews. Meaning that the app is unstable or crashes or it doesn't do what it says it does. So it's not really a lot of, it's not a lot of stuff that it's still a lot of room for discovery with the like internet and like applications and apps and stuff like that. It's really not it's really fairly like new. It's like a lot of undiscovered stuff that is just not have not been like really people have not tapped into. But Pretty Woman, um yeah, you're definitely $10 million will make you a multimillionaire. Yeah. But I think five will make you a multimillionaire. Um three $3 million. But I think definitely the multi would be like, yeah, dimensions of 10, you know. I really don't even think 10 is a well, yeah, but when I think of multimillionaire, I think of somebody that's like got $100 million or better, you know, somebody that has like 50 million, $100 million, you know. But yeah, 10 million is it qualifies. Shit. But the funny thing is like you could have $1 million in New York and it's like just get a little basic apartment. You buy one piece of real estate and then your $1 million is gone right then and there. You know, so yeah, you buy a house in LA and it just takes your entire $1 million from you, you know. So hey, Soul Shader, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. So you was talking about like real estate, like I think it was was it Friday or is it Wednesday or something like that? You was looking at real estate like in your area.
Oh yeah. I was. Yes, I
Okay.
was.
Yeah.
I saw. I was looking at the houses that was like 100 grand.
Uh-huh. Yeah. See the 100 grand, like 100 grand, it depends on the taxes, you know.
Yeah.
So typically, and it depends on the taxes and the interest rate. You know, if you can get a fairly low interest rate, $100,000 house, relatively speaking. Let me get my phone because I got a financial calculator on my phone. Let me see here.
But I think I would want to get the house maybe in a no tax state. So maybe like Texas or
Oh,
Nevada or
okay.
Florida.
Oh, okay. So I'm not really even that familiar with that. So you got states where you don't have to pay taxes,
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
wow.
in Nevada you don't have to pay taxes. In Texas you don't have to pay taxes, and in
Hmm.
Florida and a couple other ones. I forget what the other
Oh,
ones
okay.
is.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So yeah, like $100,000 would be like less than $500, but you got to put in the taxes. Once you put in the taxes, it depends on the tax rate, of the house, but roughly speaking, rule of thumb for every $100,000 separate of taxes is about $500 a month. But the taxes, some people's taxes, like even my late mother, her house was $150,000 mortgage. But what made it unaffordable because you take the taxes out of the situation, her mortgage was only about 800 and some dollars a month. But because the taxes was so high in South Holland, Illinois, it was like $4,000 a year. That made the mortgage, a extra, and then having to get like all like PMI and stuff like that. Um, her mortgage went from like, you know, $1,000 to like $1,500 a month, which is quite expensive. That's a lot of money. Even to me, still, that $1,500 is quite a bit of money every month, because you got that plus you got light, electric bills and gas bills, and other things that involve like upkeep of a house. That just adds to it. But you are these houses like something that is already fixed up, or is it something that it requires some work?
Um, I would want to get one that I would say they're decently fixed up.
Oh, okay.
They're not the
Okay.
worst, but they're not the best either.
Okay. Yeah. So what area were you looking, or what, I mean, what level are you at as far as purchasing? Are you like just looking, or are you like 75%, 50%, 40%? So
I'm just
like,
looking for
oh,
right
okay.
now.
So if you just looking, you probably like it about 20-30%, which is like you relatively curious, but you're not really that into it, as far as ready to make a move or anything like that.
Right.
Let's see here. Oh, she was asking you. I think you were in North Carolina. I think, as far as she asked you where you live.
Oh no, I'm in California.
Oh, you California.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't. I for some reason I thought she was in North Carolina. But when I purchased, my taxes were. Let's see here. I lived in Vegas, but when I purchased, my taxes were included. My house payment was like $1,400 a month for a new developed Toll Brother home. I don't even know what a Toll Brother home is. I don't go forward. Did not go forward in Nevada and Arizona. You have to pay homeowner association fees, and they're high. Okay, so she's saying there's still taxes involved in Nevada. Um, and I don't know what a Toll Brother home is. That makes me think of like chocolate chip cookies. I mean, Toll Brother homes. That's tripped out. I've never heard of that. But you know what? You probably never heard of a Frank Lloyd Wright house either. That's in Chicago. Well, in the Midwest, those are homes that were designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. And Frank Lloyd Wright, in there, it's kind of like he was like this famous architect, and he got like all of these houses he designed and built for people, including himself. And there's some pretty famous houses. Now, some of them got demolished or got in really bad shape, or if not demolished, because during the market collapse. Okay, they're a construction company. Oh wow. Yeah, I know. I think I know the one you're talking about too. He must have been rich, but yeah, this guy, he had all kind of houses, man, designed. And but in 2008 market crash, this one particular house was on the west side of Chicago. Wasn't a house, it was a multi-unit building that Frank Lloyd Wright designed. I remember it was like for sale for like $22,000. I don't know what happened to that house, but it was actually a Frank Lloyd Wright building, multi-unit building, and it was just in the ghetto. It was in the west side of Chicago, and it was just literally like in really bad shape, and it was like just very cheap because it was in the hood, and it was a Frank Lloyd Wright structure that he designed. But the thing about it, um Frank Lloyd Wright. When I mentioned Frank Lloyd Wright, okay, so he kind of went all over the place. Okay, because Frank Lloyd Wright, his time period, he was in like you talking early 1900s. So like let me see what his era was. Let me see here. Frank, I believe he died in the 60s. So he pretty much is you talking like 19 early 1900s. So he was born in 1867. He died in Arizona in 1959. So that's probably why he had a house. He had some structures in Arizona because he died there. He lived there when is in his old age. Yeah, Frank Lloyd Wright. He basically had, a lot of artists are weird. Okay, that just comes to it. A lot of geniuses, artists, very very weird. Okay, that's just I mean that goes hand in hand a lot of times. But you gotta figure if he was born in 1867, he died in 1959. So you talking about he started probably, let's see when he actually started to get into architectural design. So he built quite a few structures. So his career, um, let's see here. Yeah, so he started in the late 1800s, and then 1900s up until probably the 50s. So the west side of Chicago was mainly white, and it was not the ghetto. It just the west side of Chicago started kind of turning ghetto, and it's actually in the process of they're gentrifying the west side of Chicago, but um it didn't turn into the ghetto until the early part of the 60s. Okay, so it got really really hood, and it just, I guess, I don't know what happened to that property, but I'd imagine some of those Frank Lloyd Wright houses are, they got demolished. I mean, you're not going to keep all of those houses, but he died in 1959. So you know it just, the fact that it was a Frank Lloyd Wright house, I don't know what happened to it. I mean, like somebody might have bought it. I don't know. I mean, I'd imagine they did, because see, here's the thing: you gotta have the money to buy it, and then you gotta have the money to hold it and fix it up. Because like that mansion that I mentioned on one of my videos, that is like a grade F mansion. Well, the people that bought it, they trying to resell it. They can't, cause see, here's the thing about mansions. Okay, I'm trying to fix up a house right now. Not nothing. It's a standard home, right? So I can go get standard equipment for it, standard um material to get the house fixed up, right? A mansion is actually custom. Um, everything in a mansion is actually custom. Not everything, but most of the like windows, the doors. Oh yeah. Um people that's what they do. They buy hood homes, and they get them in Section 8. I'll tell that story again about this lady that was a roofer. But basically with with some of these structures, you know with as far as on the west side, you know they they uh they just going through a transformation, because the west side of Chicago is actually close to downtown. But yeah, as far as Section 8 is concerned, Pretty Woman, this woman that I met, there was a roofer that had a roofing company. She said that she basically finds property for some guy in California, and he basically does a couple things. He gives her the money to find the property. Once she finds a property for this guy, um, she sends him pictures of fixing up the house and shows him the finished product as far as the house, as far as like the before and after. And then as soon as the property is finished, he flies from California to visit Chicago to see the finished product of the house being fixed up. And then once he's fixed up, he rents it out to Section 8. And he does that like to about he's got like over 4 or 5 houses that he's done that process to. And he literally sits back in California and he collects his Section 8 money every month. It goes straight to your account. It goes straight to your checking account. From the housing and urban development, basically. My uncle, he's got one Section 8 property. The lady's been there 6 years. He done already made his money back. He just print money. You get like 3 or 4 Section 8 properties. You just basically, just utilizing um the government's funds to help people, and then you making money off of it. I mean, I don't find nothing wrong with it. I don't find nothing wrong with it. I want to get into it myself. I wouldn't mind getting into it. And then if somebody messes up your house and they got a Section 8 voucher, well, they at risk to lose their voucher, because you can't do that. You can't get a Section 8 voucher and then mess somebody home up and just keep doing that, because you can actually get in trouble for Section 8, to because you can't destroy their property like that. You gotta be you know you gotta you they don't tolerate that, basically. So, but yeah, if you're in California, you don't really have that much chance of hell to buy any property in California. Unless maybe, I don't know, it's like other places, Soul Shader, I don't know, like maybe like, I don't know if like all of California is. It's like some places are probably desolate, I think. But I don't know. I really don't know that much about California, but places I've been, I was in San Diego. It was very expensive. It was like kind of weird. It was so expensive. Like, it was like the people that were poor in San Diego, they were like, man, it's like being in a video game on a hard level. Like in Chicago, if you're like, on a like low strung of society, it's easier to climb up, because all it takes is probably about, you can get a job at Walmart, and then maybe another job if you got time or if you want to, and you can get a decent apartment, and then you still catch the bus. You can save up some money and buy like a used car, and your life will be substantially changed. Well, in California, in San Diego, that is going to be a little bit that's going to be kind of challenging, because most of your income is going to go towards rent. You have to like rent with other people, you know. In Chicago, you can get an apartment for like $700. You can get a 1 bedroom for 700. You can get a studio for like 600, $500. It'll be in the ghetto, but you can do it. And then you can catch the bus until you can afford a little cheap car. Whereas like other places, you might be paying $1,500 for that same type of apartment. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different type of thing. And then real estate, like in Chicago, you can get a house already fixed up for like $60,000. You know, you can get a if you have the credit, you have a 620 credit score, you qualify for a mortgage, you can get a house for like 70,000 dollars already fixed up. Your mortgage would be like $300-400 with taxes. Um, San Diego, when I was in the Navy in 2001, it was man, $200,000 houses and stuff. It's probably more expensive now. I mean, she talking about $2,000 a month and all that type of stuff, man. It's very very expensive. Um, it's like it's very challenging to come up in California, in a lot of areas in California. That's why a lot of people are moving to different parts of the country, because to be honest, shoot, I don't know if you guys know about Mississippi. Let's see here. Oh, they got low property taxes in Nevada. They do have property taxes. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna mention Mississippi. Mississippi, you can get a house in Mississippi that's already fixed up for $20,000. Little small house in Mississippi for about $20,000. You can get it. Shoot, you probably can get a fix up for about 3, 4, 5 thousand dollars, and then put about five into it, and you got yourself a house already fixed up, in Mississippi. But Mississippi has very low wages in Mississippi. A lot. It's just a lot of differences compared to other parts of the country. Oh yeah, yeah. That they're gentrifying the South Side right now as we speak, and the West Side of Chicago. I mean, as soon as I get done with Gary, I'm trying to buy me some houses on the South Side. Trying to buy me at least one or two on the South Side. You know, I follow white people. If I see some white people in the neighborhood, man, I'm trying to buy me a property as soon as possible. Shoot, man. Ah, Temecula, California is where peeps are moving to. Damn, how you be knowing all this information, pretty woman? Pretty woman got her ear to the streets. Got your ears to the streets. The streets is watching. But yeah, it's you got the thing about it is this is how I look at real estate, right? I heard people, they do this. They say I invest in real estate, but I don't invest in the stock market. This is what my goal is. I'm eating a cookie, so I'm actually drinking coffee and I'm eating a little cookie. So and you can take this. This free 99. So what I would do, I would have a real estate company. I'll have one department for lease management, property management, and one department for reconstruction, basically fixing flips or even fixing up property to lease out. And then in my office, I would have a trading computer. So I would be trading in my office, and then I'll have a trading setup at home, and I would trade stocks and forex, whether I'm in the office or outside the office.
So
The
back to
reason,
your oh,
oh
sorry about
yeah,
that.
the
I-
reason.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead, Ari.
yeah. Temecula, California is an awesome place to move to. By the way, that's all I want to say. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, okay. What's in Temecula? What is it? Okay, now I'm curious. What is it about Temecula? Now I gotta
Well,
see what
Temecula,
Temecula.
Temecula, and Marietta, and those kind of areas are centrally located in the sense that they're an hour away from everything.
Oh, okay.
Hour away from San Diego, hour away from Orange County, hour away from LA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not bad. And then the back to the setup, right? So the reason why I would do both is because it's pros and cons with real estate and also trading, financially trading, whether it be forex, whether it be real estate. So I'll go over the pros of real estate, right? So real estate is very, very basic. It could be complicated, but it's very basic. You buying some real estate, and you can go over it with numbers, which I do. I go over it with numbers. I got a system. I can, I've already talked about the property grades, neighborhood grades. You best believe people are watching my videos making some money off of watching my videos. I'm adding to what people already know or don't know versus taking away. So with that, I also have macro spreadsheets where I can do a property analysis and individual properties. I can determine if its value in that particular property versus the neighborhood that it's in, the actual comps, um, what the ARV is truly, and all of that. Now, with stocks, with companies, it's some people that go more in depth than I do. Definitely, I don't really go that much in depth. I typically I scan companies, and then I look at their 5 year, their max, their 6 month chart as far as the actual stock. I look at what the company's actually selling. If I'm interested in what they're selling, that definitely is appealing. But I'm not. That doesn't necessarily have to do with anything. I'll buy companies off of things that I don't necessarily am into. Like, for example, pharmaceutical companies. I can buy pharmaceutical companies, not in the pharmaceutical companies. I don't even really too much care what they're making. I just care about what they're actually doing. Now, um, I buy stocks because the pros with that is that you can get in on a company. It's a lot easier than real estate to get in, one, and then two, the potential of profit can be higher and faster than real estate, potentially, but sometimes not. But with real estate, the pros is that, like, for example, let's say you got a hot market, like a B grade neighborhood. A B grade neighborhood typically is like a middle class to upper middle class neighborhood. Everybody trying to move into it because it's a good school system. If you could buy a property low in that area, guess what? You're printing money. As good as gold.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you have the capital to purchase it, you buy right. So real estate, as well as stocks, you make money off your buy-in price. You make money before you even sell the property because you're buying it right. You're buying it right at a low price of value, and then what are you gonna do with it? Ideally, in a B grade neighborhood, because primarily it's the neighborhood. The neighborhood determines whether you buying a rental or you buying even worse. Because there's certain areas where it's even hard to collect rent. like because it's just so the unemployment is so high, the area is so rough and run down. It'll even be hard collecting rent, let alone trying to fix and flip. And you got certain markets that is more rentals than fix and flip. So if you in a B grade neighborhood, is typically you're gonna be able to fix the house up and sell it for profit because it's a high demand area. So the pros, like I say, is that you got something that's pretty streamlined that somebody already wants. Like for example, a car. You buy a car, somebody's gonna want a car. You're gonna be able to resell it. The thing is you just gotta where buy it right to where you can make some money off the resale. You know, but Pretty Woman said Bama is offering people to move to Alabama who already work from home and think that they will give you. I think they will give you $10,000 if you just have to live there for a year. They'll give you $10,000. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I've heard something like that in Oklahoma. I think they were offering that. But you're buying something that somebody already needs. If you have the knowledge to buy it, fix it up, you just start the process. You work your process. Cause see, right now I got a system. Okay. Um my system, like I say, it's a combination of things I learned off YouTube from other like real estate investors and stuff like that, and my own like knowledge that I pretty much kind of transpired or whatever from learning different neighborhoods and houses and stuff like that. But I use that, and I could use that just about anywhere in America, just even in the world. But primarily in the United States, you have good neighborhoods, and you have bad neighborhoods. But the location does determine the value of the property, because ideally it's better to buy a bad grade property in the best neighborhood than buy the best property grade in a worse neighborhood. It's like having a mansion in the ghetto. Like, yeah, you got a mansion, but it's in the ghetto. So it's kind of like that. But if you got the right parameters, you're gonna make money in real estate. It make no bones about it. And then also it determines a lot of things are determined by the economy, just like stocks and bonds and stuff too. But ideally, people have to move somewhere. And if you're talking about rentals, like if you're gonna Section 8 buy Section 8 homes, primarily in lower economic areas, if you're good at that, you're gonna make money with that. That's gonna You're gonna collect profits from that every month. Section 8 pretty much is guaranteed money. So it's just some people just not comfortable with the stocks because the stocks are foreign to them. But let's say you're a millionaire, you can make $50,000 in a day. With real estate, you might have to wait 4 or 5 months to make that $50,000.
Right.
With stocks, you can make that in an hour, 30 minutes. Stock plummets in 7 seconds. Here's the thing. One of my exes she worked for JP Morgan Chase, I believe. No, Morgan Stanley. She told me about those multi-million dollar trading machines, supercomputers that trade stocks and g- buy in and sell within milliseconds. They would make millions of dollars in a second by basically getting in the market and getting out. Just think about that. Like a freaking supercomputer with AI trading software making millions of dollars within seconds off penny stocks and all kind of different stocks, whatever they determine to buy. You mean to tell me you on one end on that?
Sure.
I mean, dude, like, do you not want? Do you? You can't do that in real estate. You run to one thing about real estate. You fall in limitations of certain area, well, basically capabilities of profit potential. Whereas the stock market, you won't have those limits. It's
Mhm.
risky. It's risky because the stock can go a certain way, and then you bought in, you know, and it went the opposite direction that you were gonna make money off of initially. That becomes a problem, but it's all about your risk. I mean, you won't buy any real estate unless you bought it the way you wanted to buy it. It's just the same thing with the stocks. You buy in it the way that you're going to protect your risk and all of that.
Yeah,
So
it really depends. There's positives and negatives to both, right? The positive with the stock market is that it's liquid, so you can get in and get out and basically get paid on a daily basis. The negative is that if you don't know what you're doing when it comes to analyzing it correctly, your chart game's a little off sometimes. Like depending on what you're doing, those are the negatives. But there's actually a learning curve. The thing
right.
with the real estate side is that the positive with the real estate side is that you can get 100% control of an asset for a down payment, right? Like
Hmm.
so, 5, 10. What is it? Conventionals 5%, and FHA's 3.5.
Uh-huh.
So like that's the positive with real estate. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to understanding of market timing. Basically what you said earlier was absolutely correct. You make all your money based on where you buy your asset.
Right.
100%. The
Yeah.
other thing is, with real estate, you might have to have a deeper team. Like you're gonna actually have to build a team. Like shout out to Al because he'll tell you, if you're gonna basically buy some houses, depending on where they are, depending on the type of work that they're gonna need, you're gonna need uh, an electrician, perhaps a contractor, a structural guy, maybe if there's something going on with like foundations and stuff like that. So it's like that's another thing with real estate that you're going to have to build a team compared to the stock
Hmm.
market thing. You
Hmm.
probably don't have to do that, but the thing is, you have to be able to sustain yourself through winning money in a split second and also losing money in a split second. That's the
It's
part of
it's
the
it's it's wide open. Both are wide open. Um, but I mean, like for example, when you were talking, I was thinking about this real estate development. I'm gonna show a video on it. I'm gonna post a video on it on my. I think I posted it on my community tab. Let me check my community tab out. And basically in this video, it showed this development where these are brand new houses in Iori. These houses were some of the lowest grade houses that you ever would see. I mean, they weren't even made out of not cardboard, but uh plywood.
plywood.
Okay, yeah, they no, they weren't even made out of plywood. They were made out of like of grade lower than even plywood, which is
Damn.
let me see. The term is not plywood. It was
I'll find it.
plywood. It was like composite board or is let me see here. Let me look up this. Let me look up this video to see if I posted it. Not plywood. It was my cousin told me what it was.
Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll find it.
Okay.
I'm looking for it.
All right. And I'll look for this video because I know I posted it. And I'll try to think of it. I'm just having a brain fart, but it was like literally, I want to say composite board, something like that. It's just, huh?
OSB? Is it OSB?
OSB wood. Let me look that. Let me Google that. OSB wood. No, that's plywood. It was below plywood. Let me look up. Mm, it was below plywood, which plywood is pretty low grade. Um, let me look up. Uh, wood, wood below
Yeah,
plywood.
that's the same thing I was doing.
Okay.
Hold on.
This was like I want to say it was composite wood. Particle board.
A part of
Yeah, particle board. Yeah, that's what it was. It was freaking particle board. They had okay, so they were they were getting the house wrap put up, and you could still see the wood outside of the house, and basically the house was the actual wood was worse than plywood. It was lower grade than plywood, and plywood is pretty low grade, and it was particle board. Okay, so
OSB stands for Oriented Stand Board.
right. This
Yeah,
was lower, it was a lower grade than plywood because plywood is still somewhat expensive,
yeah.
and this was lower grade than plywood, and then these were brand new houses, and yeah, so I don't know if I posted it on my community tab. I know I posted it on my Facebook. Let me see if I can actually if I can find this. Um, I'll just put in cheap housing development. Forget about it. I'm not even gonna try. But if I find it, I'll just post it on my I'll post it on one of my videos. I won't even put it on the community tab. I'll post it on my main video page because the thing about it, the reason why I was thinking about it is because people are gonna buy this. Do you know how much money can be made if people are buying? Cause like my cousin said, my cousin he's about 7 years younger than me. He had a townhouse, and he's like, you know what? They don't even care. People, the average person doesn't care. They'll never even get to see like those people that buy those properties. Yeah, I promise you, I'm gonna post this video. I'll do it before I go to bed. And it's like the people that's gonna buy these properties, once they put the house wrap up, once they put the siding up, they won't get to see that particle board. They won't see it. Um they'll just be like, I got a brand new house, and they'll be happy with what they got. So it's like basically I'm saying people will buy in these houses. You got to imagine these are brand new houses. They gonna pay 200,000. Those houses are probably anywhere between 150 to $200,000 brand new with particle board. and it's like, people will literally buy that. And it's like, this is why, this is one of the reasons why real estate is definitely on the table. Why I look at real estate and stocks.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was when I mentioned that, that's what I was thinking about, Pretty Woman, MC Hammer. Cause I'd never forget that, even though Oakland is on the rise right now.
Mhm.
Well, here's the thing, Pretty Woman. Not all of the computers are supercomputers now. The big boys do have the supercomputers, but I'm gonna tell you a firm that is pretty much automated trading focus. So the richest person in shit, this guy, I don't even know if he's in Illinois, but his company is in Illinois. It's called the Citadel Group, and his guy's name is Kenneth. I think it's Kenneth Little or something like that. Kenneth Starr or something. Kenneth Little, I believe. Well, this guy, he's the richest person in Illinois. He's worth like $5 billion. He owns a brokerage firm that pretty much mainly is automated. His to even work for his company, you have to know scripting to basically do AI trading. So his firm is pretty much 100% automated. So it's not necessarily, he don't even have like, probably has some supercomputers, but he just has like computers that are standard, not standard, but basically like a computer that you'll buy from like CDW, that's primarily high performance, but it's not a mainframe or anything like that. But he has his employees connected with these computers, and they perform automated trading tasks. I'm gonna get into that because basically that's what I'm working with this company called Alpaca. They're basically a platform where you can do AI trading. But the thing with that is that you gotta to do the live trading, you gotta get past the PDT rule, which is $25,000.
Mhm.
And I'll just what I'll do is I'll use the paper trading, and I'll show an example of how you can set up automated trading. But no, I wasn't talking about sheetrock. I know sheetrock is that's like that's drywall. But this is particle board. They were using particle board for their actual like wood for their house structure. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, they probably was legal as a beagle, but the people don't know what they getting. Like for example, if I bought a house, I don't know what's on the other side of the house. I mean, once you put the drywall up, once you put the house wrap up, once you put the siding up, or even brick, you don't know what the wood looks like until you take the drywall out, until you replace the siding. You don't know what that wood looks like, because typically a house, the wood, it's either solid wood or plywood. If it's really a cheap house, it's plywood. I'd have to look at my house and see what the outside wood is. It might be plywood, I don't know. But plywood is actually not that bad for like an exterior structure. It's cheap, but it's not bad. Particle board is
Oh,
bad.
that's bad.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what particle board is to give you an example of what it is.
Particle
So
board and OSB are terrible, both of them.
so do okay, so how like in the office they have the board where You put thumbtacks on, you put a business card, you put you know announcements and stuff like that on this board. That is what particle board is similar to. That's more of a lower grade particle board, but it's very, very low grade. It's once you get out of that, and then a little like kind of announcement board where you put a thumbtack up and you put like a business card up or something like that, you going into actual cardboard. Like it just gets lower and lower and lower. I mean, here's the thing. It's actually people that live in cardboard boxes. It's not so much they live inside them; they use them for structures to get outside the elements. Okay, it's better than nothing, but you got to think. I mean, to spend money on a house that's made out of particle board, which is very low grade form of kind of like like you say OSB, which is like plywood. There's different grades of plywood. That's like a very low grade of it. Particle board is very cheap plywood. It's like some of the cheapest plywood you could buy. So to build an actual house up with that, it's very cheap. But like I say, the people the people when they buy the house, they're not gonna know it's made out of particle board. Most people don't even know what particle board was. I had a 5 minute brain fart till I remember what it was called. I was trying to search for it, but you know, plywood is actually cheap too. But what's not so bad about plywood is that plywood is actually made of actual wood pieces that are together. Excuse me. What particle board is it's like basically chopped up wood pieces that are like it's not even solid wood pieces. It's like imagine a graham cracker, right? And you put it in a blender and then you paste it on a sheet of paper. That's like what how they make particle board. Plywood is a mixture of particle board mixed with like actual wood pieces, like thin pieces of wood mixed together. That's what plywood is. So it's like a cheap form of plywood. Because like I said before, wood lumber is very, very expensive. To save money, that's why they use plywood on houses for exterior structures because it's like to basically to save money. You know, doesn't cost that much. It does resist the elements. I'm looking at my house to see. I got to look at the pictures to see, like, to remind myself what. Because now I'm thinking. Because I mean, I'm trust and believe. I'm okay with my house exterior being plywood, but I know it's not particle board. But if it was made out of particle board, I'd have a huge problem with that. I mean, that would be something that I wouldn't. If I saw a house that was made out of plywood, I don't even think I'm pretty certain that I would not buy it. Because I know what particle board is. It is not something that I mean, you gotta imagine those houses. Like I said, I'm gonna show you the video. It definitely is not gonna last 10 to 20 years. After about 20 years, that house is gonna have some huge structural issues and it'll need to be reconstructed. So no, my house is not it's not uh plywood. It's old wood basically. So yeah, you don't want to you do not want to deal with particle board other than maybe a small shed, maybe a garage. That's about it. You do not want to live in no house made of particle board. Definitely. But Iori, do you invest in real estate, or have you ever invested in real estate? Are you there? Can anybody hear me? I mean, my voice is moving the microphone.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Iori, he probably dropped off or whatever. But yeah, it's very cheap, man, gray wood. But Pretty Woman was saying, it might still be basically up to code. Even with it being low grade material, it might still be like legal because I mean, if it's not legal, then they wouldn't probably have done it. Because you going into you gotta build your house up to code. Is if you don't, you have risk of they could basically be a dick about it. They could be like, well, your house, you got to rip all of this out and rebuild it because you won't pass inspection with this like this. They can literally, an inspector can actually do that. They can say that because if you got certain code requirements, and if they say it's not up to code, you gotta do what it takes to bring it up to code. That's another thing with houses. It's a certain standards you have to rebuild your house with. That's why the framing I was doing, I had to get somebody in that was a professional framer, carpenter to fix everything that was messed up and cut it out and rebuild whatever was faulty because somebody walk in, they gonna say you gotta bring that up to code, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, and then I had to create another bedroom. That was what the guy was helping me do, but I mean the thing about it is, you know, it's just another avenue of making money. I like I say, I like stocks too because it's pros and cons with it. With real estate, it might be a little bit slower to make a living, right? To make some money. Whereas with stocks, you can make money every day. You can lose money every day, but you can make substantial returns daily. I day traded. I did the little paper trading where I they start off with $1 million and it's a challenge, and then I saw how you can do this. Like, man, $1 million, you can. I mean, that $1 million, I got it up to like $2.5 million. Man, I was making like some days I would make like I think $60,000, man, a day. I'm like, damn, man, is somebody that's living this life. If I'm doing this in this fake, it's somebody that's doing this for real. If not better. And I'm like, I was convinced. I mean, I was like, okay, so all I got to do is try to do this for real. So then I stopped doing that and I started actually, funding my account. And like I say, I mean, the best day I probably had was I made about $500 or $600 in one day, which is good. Which is good because you gotta think who makes only people that make $500 or $600 a day is like a lawyer, a doctor, or something like that. That's a pretty good day, man. You know, the more you got, the more shares you have, the more money you have, the more potential you have to make money on a daily basis with the stock market. Whereas real estate is more of a long term type of thing, but stocks are too. It just depends on how you trade it. But some
Hundred
people,
percent, hundred
yeah,
percent.
yeah, some people just not. They just don't know the stocks. They know real. Most people that say that they mess with real estate, they don't mess with stocks. You know, because they just don't know about the stocks. I mean, but the thing is like
Part of the reason that is stocks is easy to get into, but it's harder to actually know what you're doing.
yeah.
You're dealing
But
and
real estate is like that too. Real estate, my first real estate transaction, I mean, I really literally cracked myself upside the head. I bought into a property that I shouldn't have never bought.
right.
Okay. And I got in over my head really relatively quickly. And I had to learn from my lesson. And then the second property I bought, well, I didn't even buy it. It was a rent to own contract. And I shouldn't have bought that.
Ah, no,
Right. I made somebody else richer by
man.
fixing up their
You get,
property.
you get
And then
killed on those, man.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
you get killed on those. Like shout out to the strategy because the strategy works. But there's some people that basically get really, really, really greedy when it comes to some kind of rent to own stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a bad strategy because it depends on you know
I didn't even have a strategy. I
it
just
depends
wanted
on
a
who's
property.
doing it, but like
I-
man,
this
like
was before I knew anything what I know now.
if you get caught up with the wrong dude, man, oh man, shit's over
Yeah.
with, with one of those ROIs, you know,
hmm I
rent
didn't.
to
This was before I knew anything of what I know now. I just wanted a property in a particular area, and that was the only place that was available. And this company had these properties, and they had one property in this neighborhood. Actually, it had two, but I just didn't know what I know now, right? If I knew what I knew now, I still would have had a problem because what it required, what rent to own, what kind of gets you trapped up in the rent to own thing is if you gotta have the money to actually buy the property out. Okay, if the contract is you gotta spend 50,000 to purchase the property.
right.
If you don't have 50,000, okay, you're trapped into this house. You have to rent it, right? And then they give you so much credits every month, which is bull crap. But you do that, or you try to you have to get a mortgage or whatever. Well, if you don't have the credit to get the mortgage, you still are in the same position. You're stuck with this property. But you don't have the money to pay. Now, another thing is you could do, which is very difficult to do too. You can pay like triple the payments, and technically, if you do that, you'll pay it off quicker to where you have a balance. And then they said, well, this company I dealt with was called Vision Property Management. So the house that I had a rent on contract was 35K to own the property, and I had to pay like $500 a month or something like that. Now, if they said if you get into the property where you own over 20% of it, which would be what, about 6 grand, and it'd be like left will be like 29,000. They'll give you a owner financing deal with it or whatever. But the thing about it is, like, unless you paying that off or able to pay it off, you might as well forget about it.
Mhm.
You just got a rental situation. That's it. And then it's even worse because you're fixing up the house. The house was in bad condition. It was like a crack house before I bought it. And I ended up
Ah,
fixing. Yeah, I fixed it up. I got
ah,
it. I got it pretty good in good condition. And they pretty much got it for all they got all of that work. For free 99. So Soul Shader, is that something that you put in the private chat or
Yeah,
okay?
that's a house I probably would want to buy, something like that.
Oh
Damn,
shoot!
that look like,
Soul Shader, what's going on, bro? Shoot, what's up, bro?
man, this is like this is this is
Oh,
like a
Anderson, yo, okay, yeah.
this is like a freaking it looks like a player's pad. This is
You out there in Nevada, Soul Shader?
No, I'm in California.
Okay, cool. Same here. Same here.
oh, okay. So yeah, this looks like a player's pad. Yeah, it need a little work to it.
Yeah.
Well, them drapes
I
are
don't I
terrible.
don't like them subway tiles on the floor, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
That,
subway bathroom tile. Yeah.
that's the
Um
first thing I saw on that joint, man.
it took me a minute to see that. I was looking at the top. You know what? The first thing I noticed was those cheap drapes. That was what caught my eye, like,
Yeah,
wow,
I saw
okay.
that. I saw that.
Um let's see here. Price and tax. Okay, so they've been trying to sell it for quite a while. I can see here.
What
Um,
what's the DOM on it? Like any idea what the DOM is?
what's DOM stands for?
Days on market. How long has it
Oh, this house been on the market. This house been on the market for 3 years now.
shit?
Yeah. Um, yeah, it's been they've been trying to sell it for like 3 years, but it's got the I was looking at the taxes and the HOA fees. So the HOA fees is $190 a month, and the taxes, property taxes, 100. So you add that to it, it's like it's 390 no $290 a month for just the taxes. So let's plug this in and see
Yeah, I
to
see
see
what
what
they
Soul Shader would be looking at.
I see what they doing. They tried listing this thing for 3 years and kind of backed off, and now they're trying one like basically one last time, I guess.
Oh, yeah, they trying to go um one more for the road.
They trying to drop this on somebody, man.
Yeah. So 292 times 12. So $3,500 in taxes. All right, so let's see what this boy would be. So they talking about 120. Well, you don't want to pay, you don't ever want to pay full price for nothing. Okay, you always want to negotiate, haggle. Um, so property tax is $3,400 a year. Well, actually, I said 3,500, and you gotta have home insurance. That's $42. Well, actually, that's shit. That's $500 a year. So calculate that. So you talking about $839 a year for your $839 a month for your mortgage, and yeah, that's why it's they're having a problem trying to sell this property. The numbers are just kind of funky. Just I haven't even looked at everything, no property analysis or anything. The numbers they're really funky. As far as the property taxes, HOA fees, you gotta um you gotta have insurance. It is methods that people use. Even I created a method. I call it the roller coaster method. But it might be something somebody else might call it something else. They might call it the moving average or something like that. I
Oh
mean,
well, yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing, and whoever said that, there are methods in the stock market. There's moving average crossovers. There's uh, like trend.
Trend lines.
There's using trend lines and price action, and there's candlestick formations using what do you call that? Oscillators for different kind of price movements. The
Mhm.
issue is that a lot of people don't know how to put all that together.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like the whole thing about it looking random or there's no synonymous method, there are. Number
Hmm.
one, they're not really talked about very much. And the other thing is, like, if you want to talk about them, you're going to have to pay somebody to learn that.
Hmm. No, it's on
A
YouTube.
lot of times. A
It's
lot of
on
times.
YouTube.
It, it,
But
it's on
then,
it's on
but
YouTube.
then trying to take it from YouTube and put it into your own charts and stuff. It,
Right.
yeah.
Look, all on YouTube, that's true. But the thing is, like, if you need to learn 15 different things to basically put step one, step two, step three, step four, step five together,
Hmm.
etc., all the way up to step 15,
Hmm.
unless you have somebody to mentor your way through actually learning that. Shout out to Dollar Will, by the way, because that's who I go to get my chart game fresh. But
Hmm.
unless you've got somebody to actually do that, it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
You know,
Hmm.
there's a lot more moving parts in the stock market than there is on a lot of other
The
assets.
stock market is deep.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's what scares a lot of people, and that's
It,
that's
it's
okay. That's normal.
it's like it's like the financial geeks. They understand. I mean, so you got you got all of these, like, like you said, dollar cost average and moving average, the moving average, the daily moving average, the RSI,
Mhm.
all of these different chart scales and methods, or indicators, right? It's so many, it's crazy. And then these indicators, they're formulas. They're mathematical formulas within themselves. And then you even have, with options, you have the Greeks, right? Those are mathematical formulas. Now, like Thinkorswim, you don't have to put mathematical formulas inside it. You just set it up, it'll show you the charts and stuff. But
Yeah,
before there was the internet and all of these, like, you know before there was like everything on laptops and computers and stuff, it was people that would actually have to formulate these different mathematical formulas
right.
just by hand and whatnot, and it's like it does get fairly complicated. It
Don't forget about Fibonacci retracements as
Yeah,
well.
so like
You know?
the level of, like, okay, or let's just say financial math that you need in real estate. You need to know how to divide. You need to know percentages. You need
Yeah,
to know you know fractions. You need to know multiplication, addition, subtraction, right? Well, with stocks, it goes above and beyond. Well, also with real estate, you also need to know the law of averages. Okay, which is fairly simple. You take three different numbers that of a particular to get a particular average. Let's say five numbers, and then you divide that by five. I mean, that's fairly, that's like eighth grade math or freshman year math, on an advanced level. But I mean, it's not really that complicated. Whereas the stock market can kind of go into algebra, trigonometry, calculus, if you want to go there, if you actually want to break things down. And that's what gets people. That's where it does get like it becomes a situation where yeah, it's like I'll let the nerds and the geeks deal with that. I'll stay with this real estate with my little like basic math, my like basic financial math or whatever,
pretty
and
much.
that's it. I mean,
Pretty
I
much.
was in high school. I took business math. It was one of the best classes. Can't remember my college. I mean, my high school teacher, but that was one of the best classes I took because I told my counselor, I'm like, well, I know I want to get into business, and I took business math. It's a very good class. I still remember some of the techniques and stuff like that. I still use that to this day. But I mean, you're gonna need to go beyond business math with the stock market if you wanted to actually do that. Now, a lot of the stuff, to be honest, I don't break down formulas and everything. I use an Excel spreadsheet that breaks down the formulas for me, and of course, I go on TD Ameritrade and they formulate the chart indicators for me. I don't break down math.
Sure.
I don't trade options, so I'm familiar with the Greeks, but I don't use the Greeks to find anything out. But
Sure.
I believe the Greeks do show you some things that probably help you in your basic trading outside of options. But I don't necessarily look at the Greeks. But I'm certainly aware of it.
Sure.
Aware of them. But yeah, the stocks can get rather complicated. That's why a lot of people. Here's the thing. This is why it comes where I'm not gonna get too X-rated with it, but you women that love these thugs and shit like that, you should be you should be looking at these nerds, these guys with glasses. Some of the women are kind of wising up or whatever, but you should be on your knees for these guys too, because these guys these guys, they're the ones that are able to make, these six-figure salaries or if not more, and they took the time out to enhance their mind and actually, study in high school and take AP courses and go to college. That is something that is of value. Like, I mean, a guy that just is a tough ruffian, all due respect, I fit in there too, but you gotta understand the nerd. You gotta respect his gangster too. Okay, he knows some things that very few people know. Advanced formula, mathematics, and how to code and shit like that. Like that, you gotta think about it. Like he might not necessarily be that physical as far as to rock your world per se, but you got to respect the level of intelligence of someone that knows how to of advanced formula to make $100,000 within 10 seconds or 1 minute or whatever the case may be, um and is a millionaire, or if not on his way to become a millionaire. I mean, it's pros and cons to this. Like, basically what I'm saying is like you you want this type of lifestyles, or you want somebody to take care of you, and it's like you won't get this guy a chance, and you can get him for like discount because he might not be at the level yet where he's a millionaire. You're waiting for him at the finish line where you can get him for cheap if you paid attention to him while you trying to pay attention to other guys. And it's like, at the point where he's a millionaire, he don't even want you now because he can get better. It's like, man, I just I don't know, man. You know, It's crazy. Let's see here.
Shout out to JT in the building, by the way. If
Let me see here.
he was here, shout out to JT.
Oh, I think I missed a whole bunch of stuff here. Let's see here. It's 3 years. It's neighbors or the too much to fix, meaning close the market value. Okay. I don't know what could be a murder house. I don't know. What's going on? Underrated. Mm, Oh, yeah. HOA fees. HOA fees are. I don't know. Oh, what did I not read? I don't know. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Well, in stocks, I guess it is a checklist, but it's more a lot of times people use charts to look at a potential value of a stock. It's not so much a checklist. It's a little different with stocks. It's more of a looking at charts primarily, looking at financial figures, how the company is doing. How much debt are they holding?
Well, it depends. I was just reading her comment. It depends. Like sometimes you do have one formula. What I mean by that is, sometimes price action traders are just price action traders. That's all they do. Some guys only do um, uh, breakout trading. Some,
Hmm.
I mean, and that's all they do, right? Some
Hmm.
guys trade just divergences, right? Because
Hmm.
the thing is, everybody's not going to trade everything, and everybody's not going to trade in the style of everything. So what you
Hmm.
end up having is like you end up having most of the time how people do it is if you're a price action trader,
Hmm.
that's all you do. Just
Hmm.
just price action. What the price is doing.
Yeah.
There might be other schools of trading, but you're not paying attention to that.
Hmm.
All you're doing is just price action and trend lines. And when that thing breaks the trend line, uh, you might be doing something. You're looking at the trade. You're looking at the trend line to see what it does, etc. Like it's pretty simple. A lot of guys have one way of trading because that one way works better for them than all the other ways of trading do. But in real estate, how it works is you've got certain people that use one strategy. You don't got people that are buying houses to flip and then they're buying uh, what is it uh, mobile home
Rentals.
parks to flip
Oh.
and everything. They're buying apartment buildings and flipping those. People get comfortable wherever their little niche is.
Hmm.
It's just that in real estate, it looks different. You know,
Hmm.
it looks different. Like okay, like I just like buying and holding, and all I do is buy and hold.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
like in
Yeah.
stock,
I'm not really comfortable buying multi-unit buildings, right? I'm
yeah,
not at that level yet. I'm only really comfortable buying single family homes. I'll be honest with you.
yeah.
Because
I
because
mean,
multi-unit buildings are commercial properties. And with commercial properties, things are a little bit different. Well, you get a multi-unit building, let's say a 3-unit building, right? Um Instead of you needing one water heater, you're gonna probably need maybe two or three water
right,
heaters.
right,
Instead of like a regular furnace, you're gonna need a commercial furnace or a boiler or some other like products that are very, very expensive.
yeah,
Like for example, a boiler might cost you $10,000.
Yeah.
A single family home furnace is like, maybe $3,000.
Yeah.
A commercial furnace, I don't even know how much a commercial furnace costs. See,
It
this
really
is like, this not my lane, right?
it really depends. Like with the multi-unit thing, there's a 1 to 4 exception. So what that means is you can buy a 4 unit building the same way you can buy a single family house.
Hmm.
The issue with multi-unit buildings is if you're not used to them, they can be a little bit more difficult. But the positive is if you got a 4 unit building, you can basically say, hey, like I'm going to be able to rent it like this, and then you can actually have it appraised with the cash flow involved.
Hmm.
Versus with single family homes, most people don't do that, so they take some of those income parts out of it when they're doing their due diligence. Because
Hmm.
you can go to the bank and say, hey, look, like appraise it like this because I'm gonna have this type of cash flow, blah blah blah, and
Hmm.
then put that in there. So
But I mean, I'm just, I'm a fixer upper guy. Like, I go into properties and I actually do some work, right?
sure,
So with single family homes, I mean, I know a single family home inside and out. I can write a book, teach a course on it, right? Well, multi-unit buildings, I've never purchased a multi. Well, actually, I did. My first property was a multi-unit, but it was so, the house was so big, it was 5 bedrooms and 2 baths, so you could put 2 families in it. But I've never bought a 3 flat or 4 flat building, right? My uncle has, but I've never bought one. So I know a little bit about it, but I don't know that much about it because I've not gotten into that yet. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't. I might not ever, because I might not even be interested in getting into that form of real estate, because um I don't know if I even want to, because my thing is, people a lot of times, they want single family homes. You get about 10 of those, rent them out with Section 8, you got guaranteed money coming in. Who cares? It's like what Pretty Woman said earlier. Who cares? They're not collect. It's hard to collect rent. Well, it got government. You got the government giving you a check every month, guaranteed, and then you get a little bit of money extra from the tenant. Who cares? That it's hard to collect rent. I mean, you got um $1,000 each from your properties every month, is automatically going into your bank. you know um that's more practical, whereas a multi-unit building, you got to deal with vacancy issues, you got to deal with tenants. It's multiple tenants, one tenant might got Section 8, the other tenant might not. I mean, it might be more variables. And then even that, I'm not necessarily worried about that. The thing is, with multi-unit buildings, it's just more advanced. It's like I said, the actual infrastructure of the building is just different. Okay,
sure,
it's separate. It's separate gas meters. It might even be a separate electrical meters. You know, the furnace is different. Now here's the thing. I'm not intimidated. I'm not intimidated at all. It's just a money thing and a lane thing. Like, I haven't gotten in that lane yet, because with that lane, that requires a lot more capital. Traditionally, people probably would get a loan for those, and they'll get one for a house or two, houses too. But you gotta fix it up a little different, because you're spending more money off of, like I say, you might have a boiler, you might have you need, instead of a regular furnace, a commercial furnace, which is more expensive. The piping might, you have to have special requirements for that. and it's just a whole different type of monster. It's not I'm not intimidated, but um I think more kind of like I'm okay. So look at it like this, Iori. I'm playing Monopoly. I got one greenhouse. I still probably have to get 3 or 4 more greenhouses till I get the red hotel.
Right.
Okay, the red hotel is the multi-unit building. So
100%.
I haven't gotten to the level yet of getting a red hotel yet. I'm starting late, but you know, some people have already gotten that level, or maybe some people have skipped the green houses. They just went straight to the red hotel. Okay, so fine. I just look at it like I just got to get my green houses, then I might get a red hotel. I might not even get no red hotel because the thing about it is I don't care about. I'm not. See, here's another thing. This is where I'm kind of explain what I want to do. Well, the thought was as far as the real estate company and having an office for this and this, that was just a dream and a fantasy. Now, the reality is I might just only want to get involved in single family homes and fix and flip and then maybe Airbnb some houses, maybe rent a few houses out Section 8. Um a combination of a couple of those, if not more or less fix and flip. I mean, I don't even care if I ever have to buy a multi-unit. A multi-unit building could be for people that want to be in that angle. I don't I don't have to be I don't have to own a multi-unit building. I'm not, to be honest, Iori, I'm not in real estate to be in a leasing management. Um, really, honestly speaking, I really don't want to be a landlord. That's not my
Right, right.
goal.
I got you. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. You're
you know,
like, see, for me, there's there's transactional guys and there's non-transactional guys. Transactional guys are like the guys that love the flip. They love that. What, like, they get into like the whole
I'm more like that.
acquisition of property,
Yeah.
running the flip, and running the transaction.
Mhm.
That's what they're wired for. Other guys have gone through that, and it's more like it's more like when I'm looking at property, I'm almost looking at it like I'm buying money, and I want to buy an asset class that's going to basically buy me money every year. You know what I mean? Like, just throw me money off. So I'm not necessarily as transactional as you might be, because I went through that already. But
Mhm.
I understand that that's a part of the process. And you might get to a point where like you might just be like, hey man, like the transactional thing is cool, but I want to get to a point where like I'm just making X dollars every month. It's more of a boring game because you got the business that's set up, you got the system set up. Some guys really enjoy the hunt of saying, okay, like this thing's completely broken. I'm going to completely fix it. I'm going to be in and out of this thing in 180 days or 90 days or 120 days or something like that. That
Mhm.
means flipping the thing, putting it on sale, walking out of escrow with whatever you walking out with.
Mhm.
Versus other people are a lot more like, I think the word is generational. So they're buying something and they're never letting go.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So that's a different.
Mhm.
But then again, that's the difference between being a trader and an investor, right? A
Mhm.
stock trader is trying to, he's in the game of, like I'm gonna get this thing at $2. Elliott wave theory says I'm in wave one. Like I'm at the end of wave 5. Wave 1 just started. I'm gonna make 38% on this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like and that and that's the mind of a trader, right? Versus a guy who is like, yo, like I'm gonna make $1 million stock portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
So for me as a trader, I'm a flipper,
Mm-hmm.
right? As a real estate guy, I'm a I'm $1 million like stock portfolio creator mentality on the real estate side.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand both sides because I dealt with that. I dealt with that, man. You know, especially like on the agent side when you've got like a deal going on and you've got appraisers and all these other people. The appraisers are doing stuff. The contractors be doing stuff. You got to get the contracts ready to basically get the property under your possession, so that so that the guys that are waiting on the work can actually go in to do the work. So inside the transaction, you're talking about you're talking to everybody that's part of the transaction, whether they're part of the transaction on the buy side or after the buy side. And the
Mm-hmm.
worst call that you got to make is say, hey man, like the deal fell through, ain't nobody getting paid.
Right.
Because I've been on that side, and that side really sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I mean? Because you gotta call everybody. Sometimes people call you if you're on the mortgage side and whatever, and the deal doesn't go through. Nobody gets paid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you get paid on the origination.
Right.
So yeah, I get it,
Yeah.
man. I
Yeah. Soul Shader, I seen that other property, right, that you just sent through a private chat. So just add. So the other property that we mentioned was $800 a month. So just add another $200, and there you go. It's just $1,000. Now you at $1,000 now. It's a lot of amenities. Um, you know, you just be at $1,000.
Yo, this one looks
So
better.
yeah,
This one
yeah,
looks,
yeah.
this one looks better.
Less than it's only a one bedroom. But yeah, it looks nicer. But you
And
just
what
add,
property taxes?
yeah, because of the property taxes and everything, the HOA fees. So it just add another $200 a month. Because it costs more. It's 149,000 versus the other one I think was like at 100 and
Buck
something.
20. It was
Like
107.
190.
No, it was It was like 100, 100 and
it was a buck 20.
buck 20. Yeah, okay. So you add another 20K, so you add another $100 to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
about
you know,
close to $1,000, if not
remember
900.
remember something too, Soul Shader. You gotta you gotta basically pay attention to the PITI. Like, and the PITI is determined on like your down payment, et cetera, et cetera. Also, what you're gonna need is you're gonna need to find out what the property tax rates for Henderson is to actually figure that out, and that'll give you your all in payment. So
Yeah. It here's the thing. I mean, I know I said apartments. You ain't gotta look at it like you gotta get an apartment. You could bypass that too.
of course,
Yeah, because you're gonna grow out of that. After probably about 3 or 4 years, you're gonna be like, all right, I need to sell this. I need to probably put this on the market because I live next door to this crazy person. Then upstairs is this old lady that drives me crazy. Then it's this baby mama that I don't know how she even got in here. She's arguing with her baby daddy every day on the phone, and then he comes over like they just didn't have a screaming 2 hour screaming session over the phone, and then they start bumping and rubbing, and then it's just a lot of people that you live around in an apartment building. It's just a lot of different people, right? That you're gonna have to deal with. Whereas a house, you gotta deal with people that's your neighbors. I mean, you don't necessarily have to get a condo, a town, because see, condos, townhomes, you gotta pay HOA fees usually, and that is separate from the taxes. Because basically if something happens, the roof need fix, they go in the HOA fund, and then they repair the roof with those funds. The bad flood happens in the apartment building, they use those funds to repair those. And usually another thing is like what a lot of people don't know. So let's say something happens where the roof catches on fire in a condo building. They use those HOA fees, right? That fund they're supposed to, because they're supposed to save those funds and manage those funds, right? And they use those funds to fix that roof. You know what's going to happen? The HOA fees are going to go up following that, because basically the funds got depleted a little bit. They're going to want some more money from everyone. They're going to send out a notice. HOA fees are going up, 5%, and then people are not gonna like it, but they're gonna have to deal with it, because an event happened where they had to use some of that money, because that typically what happens with that. But you get a house, you don't have to worry about the HOA fees. But it's pros and cons living in a condo building. You living in a community. It's like living in a. It's like living in a beehive. You have everybody else around you contributing to the surroundings. I mean, some people are friendly. They can help you out. Some people are not. But living in a house, it's a little work. It's a little tripped out, because another thing is that Beehive is secure, right? So you go in your
Right.
condo building, you have a bellhop or a security guard at the door, or you have a buzzard system. Okay, so that buzzard system kind of keeps people out, right? So if you don't have the key to that apartment door and you can't get buzzed in, you can't come in the building. It might have a gated system where you can't get past the gate. Well, as a house, that's why people are very gun ho. Okay, people love guns and shit, because if you're in a house, you're out there. You don't. It's no only security you have is maybe your doorbell camera. If you got a camera like outside or something like that, and then maybe people get past that by they have a fenced yard, and then they have their dog out there, primarily pit bull or Rottweiler, German Shepherd, uh, mongrel dog, something that bite the hell out of somebody that'll come past that fence line. And they got rifle, shotguns, small arms, pistols, and stuff like that. And then they uh you know, got the police that got a call, but you gotta last a long time for the police to come. So the police might take 10 minutes. You gotta be able to fend off whoever's giving you hell that you gotta call the police till they show up. You gotta. These are the things you gotta deal with when you actually have your own home. Because you just out there. You just got this house, and it's just sitting out here. Whereas an apartment building, it's a secured location that you only have access to, and the other people that you live with in the building. You know. That's why a lot of older people, or let's just say, take that out. That's why a lot of women tend to love condos and apartment buildings, because the idea of them being in a house by themselves is scary as hell. Now, some women don't mind that. They rather have a house when they get older. Typically, they they prefer a home. You know, they'll even be a single mother, and they'll have their children with them. You know, in their house. You know, they like the space, they like the backyard. You know, ambiance and stuff like that. You know, it's pros and cons because yeah, I do think about that. I'm like, okay, well, you know, you're on your own. It's kind of like you have a piece of the country, that land that you walk out on if you own it. That is, that's part of what you. That's a piece of this country that you own. Like you have to be able to protect it yourself. Whereas a apartment building, it's a little different. Like you have the protection of the beehive, you know, and you have the protection of the building and buzzard system, security systems, and you have a security guard at the main entrance. That's like the sentry guard to the beehive. You know, it you know it's kind of like it's pros and cons to that too, because it's like you might live with people that got roaches. Like typically, well, not typically, but sometimes people that move in an apartment building, they move in with roaches. Well, roaches are pretty good with spreading out. they they go through the vents, and then next thing you know, you got your little player pad, and then or bachelor's pad, and then now you got roaches. You're like, where do these roaches come from? Well, Shaniqua and I Carnisha, whatever, or Lupe and whoever moved in with roaches, and they start moving along the walls and getting behind the sheetrock, and next thing you know, you got roaches all in your apartment, and that has nothing to do with you. It's just your neighbors. You know what I'm saying? They just or bed bugs, or whatever, stink bugs. Like I was in a hotel room, man, in an extended stay. They had freaking stink bugs in the freaking hotel. After the third day, it's like bugs start coming out. Like, damn, man, we thought you was gonna leave, man. Typically, somebody come in and they there for one night, they get their little rocks off with a chick, and then they go. Well, people typically don't stay in hotels for 3 days, and to notice anything. So after about the third day, started noticing stink bugs coming out climbing on the wall and shit. And you know, yeah. And then I had to go buy bug spray. And it's like, I told the people about it, and they like, well, we don't spray and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's from living in a building with a whole bunch of people and all of that. But houses, you can get them, but you primarily gonna control what comes in and out your house. It's not you just sitting in your house and then all of a sudden you got roaches. No, it typically doesn't happen like that. That typically happens in apartments and condos because it's somebody that it brings them in, and they come in through the vents in the walls. And it's like, that's one of the things. And then another thing, like people smoke, and that comes in through the walls too. Like when I was married, when I first had my first baby, she came home from the hospital, and she was premature as well. And it's like the people next door to me smoked, and the smoke was coming through the vents. I was pissed off because I was ready to move, because it's like, yeah, I was like, one, how is smoke coming in through here? And these people, I knocked on the door. I explained the situation. They stopped a little bit, but then after, like, I think that the next week they was just like, fuck it. And we did what we could to try to stop it, but ultimately they never stopped smoking. We just got a air purifier, but yeah, you got to deal with this type of stuff. I mean, my ex-wife, she hated that. After a while, she talks about that, and she'll never try to go back to that type of situation, and neither will I, because you can't control who lives next door to you. You know, they have the right to live there and do what they want to do. Smoking in your apartment or condo is or townhouse is not illegal. You know, and it just you got to deal with all that stuff. Whereas you got your own house, like she just got a mortgage and shit. She just bought a house, well, got a loan on a house, and you know, you don't have to deal with that type of stuff when you got your own house. It's
True.
not connected. It's not connected to anyone. You're the master of your domain for the most part. I mean, whereas a townhouse, condo, apartment, you're not. You at the behest of whoever lives above you, below you, to the side of you. And then you know, I remember living in apartment buildings and listening to strange noises and shit, and then people getting it on. And you like, damn, man, you just kind of somewhat jealous. And slash like, damn, I mean, wow, you know, um they pretty loud, you know, and you know,
For sure.
but yeah, y'all talk. I'm gonna see what this guy wants calling me.
Man, I try to look at some of these houses. I don't even like them. Like the condos look better.
We're at in Nevada.
Yeah, like the condos they just look better than the houses. Like I don't like how the houses look.
Well, I mean, uh, condos usually have better interior. So it depends. Like, are we talking exterior or are we talking interior?
Interior. That's what I
Yeah,
mostly focus on, like the
yeah.
inside.
The interior is better usually on condos.
Is it because they're smaller?
It's because they're smaller and they spend less on the exterior and more on the interior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't really care about how the
All
outside
right,
of it
I'm back.
looks, just the inside.
Yeah.
What was y'all talking about?
He was talking about condos and how
Mhm.
they looked better on the inside. The condos look better on the inside of
Oh,
the houses, and I told him that's because condos are usually smaller. Like the parcel space and the building is usually smaller in terms of the condo, and usually what they do is they front load the the money on the interior in the condo a lot of times.
Mm.
okay. Yeah, I mean it's pros and cons to it. You know, here's the thing. I do like I don't detest condos. This
I
is
don't
what I don't this is what I don't like as far as real estate. I usually exclude all the time. I'm not looking primarily right now, I'm not looking for land, and I don't like mobile homes.
I
I
don't either.
don't yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
either. I don't know what it is with mobile homes. Everybody, oh man, mobile homes are great. I'm like, I don't know how that shit works. I don't want to know how that shit's gonna work. Like I'm gonna leave all that mobile home shit. Alone.
yeah, that's somebody else's struggle that they want to live
Yeah,
with.
yeah, I ain't
I
touching that.
don't I don't really like my friend that I went half with. He called me or whatever just now. Like he lived in a mobile home, and I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't no rosy experience. Like the stuff
It's
he was saying
never
was
is.
like it was like it was like a violin story. Like it was, you know, they had it wasn't no good situation. It wasn't like he told me like, man, I had the best time of my life living in a mobile home. It wasn't that type of dialogue when he was mentioning him
Yeah.
living in a mobile home.
And and the thing is, like a lot of people say, "Oh, mobile homes are cheaper than single family houses," and I'm like, "No, they're not. It's just you don't know that you could get like a single family house probably with better terms than you can with a mobile home, right? Because a single family house, you can put 2.5% down, you can put 5% down, you can put 10% down, you can
Mhm.
put 20% down and gain the asset. And I would much rather put 20% down on a house and gain the asset because people are looking for homes. They ain't looking for mobile homes like that. You know
No,
what I mean?
not
Like
really.
the American dream is built on the house. Now
Yeah,
I
primarily. Okay, with mobile homes. Okay, so typically, okay, so as far as as far as American culture, so black people tend to have lived in the projects, right? Or like public housing, right? Projects. Whereas white people tend to have lived like on the poor side, they've probably lived in a mobile home or quote unquote trailer. They trailer trash and projects, right?
sure.
So I mean, it's not a good thing as far as I've never heard rosy pictures about the mobile home business now it's people that are, you know, they invest in mobile homes. I'm certain that there are some nice mobile homes, okay? But I don't necessarily check for mobile homes. I mean, I watched what's that show on Netflix? They're in Canada and they live in a mobile home community. I can't think of the name of it, but I've watched that. They called Trailer Boys or
I,
damn.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, yeah, yeah, but anyway, man, I used to watch that, and all you gotta do is watch that, and it was like one of the Netflix's original shows, on Netflix. But all you gotta do is watch a season or two of that, and it'll turn you off on mobile homes. Because let me see here, but yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, mobile homes. I get it. I've been in a situation where I was looking for real estate. I was really, really looking, and mobile homes definitely, definitely came up. In the listings and the searches or whatever, and you know, it just the thing about it is they are cheap. They're very cheap. Almost too cheap, but the thing is like you still have to fix those up and it's other yeah, it's called a Trailer Park Boys. Okay.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a lot of stuff that's involved. You got to pay for lot rent and then garbage
Yeah, it's
disposal and all of that type of stuff.
complicated, bro. It's
hmm
complicated. Like the deal ain't straight up on those things.
No, it's a lot to it. I've never been to the point where I was about to call somebody to go look at a mobile home. I would probably see it on Craigslist and I'd look at the listing on Craigslist and I'm like, okay, kind of thinking about it, but like, no, because here's where the mobile homes come up. When you're looking at $10,000 or less, or $20,000 or less, and they'll pop up. But even those are like mobile homes that you have to fix up,
Mhm.
and that's got to be some. That's pretty terrible if you got to fix up a mobile home, but you actually got mobile homes that you got to fix up or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
See,
and
but
and
the thing with the mobile homes is you can't put no financing on those. So like you paying 20 grand, 10 grand, 15 grand for a mobile home. Most of the time you don't finance them because the bank won't even take it. I mean,
mhm,
if you're gonna finance it, you better hope that uh, that the owner of the joint uh, finances finances you for it, and then you've got that whole rent to own bullshit. Because
Oh yeah,
you've
yeah,
relinquished all control at that point, right?
right,
But
yeah.
the issue is like, would I? It's this simple. Would I spend? Would I spend 20 grand on a mobile home, or would I spend 100 grand with 20 grand down, the same 20 grand I'd spend on the mobile home in a single family home or a condo? I take that condo or single family home all day.
Yeah, I would
All
too.
day.
Yeah,
It's not even a consideration.
I've been at the point where I was about to buy a condo. I was trying to buy a condo because you know, if you got a condo building in a very nice neighborhood, I mean, that's a come up, you know.
100%. 100%.
I mean, and then condos are not a turn off to me or not bad. Now, ideally, I would prefer a single family unit,
Yeah.
but I would consider a condo too, you know. But primarily I look for single family homes. I'll consider a townhome too. I would consider a townhouse, but the thing about condos and those and townhomes is those HOA fees. You most likely will have to deal with those two entities, whereas a house
You have
you don't have those.
it's like 90% you're going to deal
Yeah.
with, like, you know,
Mhm.
HOAs and stuff. The
Right.
the issue with townhomes and condos is, as long as it's a ground floor unit, I'm cool. I don't want to climb steps or anything else like
Uh.
that. Basically, do no
Yeah.
building like that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're moving in and you're like holding up TVs and everything else like that. I don't want to cross
Mm.
no steps on
Yeah.
on no bullshit with like some valuable shit. That's,
Right.
so
But
if
but
I'm,
but mhm.
so if I'm gonna do condos or townhomes, I just want it to be a ground floor unit.
Mhm.
You know, for, for
But
that.
typically with condos, even in apartments, I mean, like I say, a lot of women, like if you go to the south side of Chicago or even the west side and you go to you look at the apartment buildings and you just like sit outside in your car and see who comes in and out of those apartment units. A lot of those are women. Women tend to live in those apartment buildings, even just in apartment buildings in general, because um, primarily single women. Because they'll rather live in an apartment versus getting a house, because I think one of the reasons is they prefer to be in that hive, to have that hive protection of that building. Being by themselves in a house without a man present is not something they have in their mind. Like a lot of times women, they tend to want to have a husband or a partner before they get a house, um and they'd rather just live in an apartment, and then the thing about it is I don't fault them for that, because I would prefer my daughter to live in an apartment building if she was by herself than to live in a house, by herself, because of the security element. you know um you if you it- you know if you got a building that's got security, on-site security, like this woman that I used to work with, she lived in a condo building not too far from downtown, and they had a security guard on site, 24-hour security guard. It was a level of security there, Whereas a house, you'd have to have some deterrence, set up some deterrence before you'd have any type of you have to have like literally look at it like you're out there in the world, which typically that's how it is. Most people have a house. I mean, if you live in a secure neighborhood, you should be fine. The problem comes when you live like in an area like where I have my house, where it's like high crime, high unemployment, stuff like that. But I'm ex-military.
Right, sure.
I'm, I'm like if anybody that wanted to live in the hood, like I mean, I've already bought a house in the hood. I lived in the hood. I'm ex-military, martial art. Not an expert, but I do know martial arts.
Sure,
Um, you know, I know how to install security cameras. I do that for a living.
sure.
I don't even mind having a dog if need be. So I don't really, I don't feel that intimidated, but I get it.
Sure.
I definitely get it.
100%.
I understand how someone would want to live in a condo or apartment or whatever. Now townhouses are more like it kind of like condos, but not really. It's more like you got a house just next to somebody, and it's not even like where you got separation. It's like they're literally within
They're right
probably
on top of each other. So,
3 feet, three
yeah,
feet
they're right
from
on
you,
top of each
from
other.
your door.
Yeah,
You
you're right.
know, it's like 3 feet from your door to the left and right is your neighbor's door. So um
It's basically a modified apartment at that.
right, it's like a house but an apartment at the same time.
Yeah,
It's like a condo house.
right,
if
right.
that Yeah, if that's one of, I
They
mean,
call
it's,
the other word for them is row homes. See,
oh yeah, yeah, row homes, yeah, right, right, row houses,
yeah,
yeah,
they call them
right,
row
yeah,
house. Yeah,
yeah, right. So but a lot of people like townhouses. I mean,
yeah,
um you know out of all of the houses, like I say, I prefer single family homes. um even once you get to the point where, like, for example, I mean, well, those are like custom homes. Mansions are custom homes, considered like custom homes.
sure.
But your multi-unit building, I wouldn't even mind having a multi-unit building, and just because see, this is what some people do. They usually a little bit on the well-to-do side. They'll get a three flat building, and then it'll be all of their. It will be just for just them. They won't rent out the other units. They'll just have all of the doors kind of open, so where they'll just go from one floor to the other, and it'll be their entire building. They'll have like maybe their office on one floor, and then the second floor will be like their entertainment, like set up or whatever. The third floor will be like their storage unit or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like
Sure,
that's how they'll have it structured.
sure.
So it's like that's what if I was to buy a multi-unit building, that's probably I would see myself doing that. Like I would just have it where I have like different units just kind of set up, just maybe have like a one unit visitors area, and the other unit will be my primary residence, and the second unit will be like for entertainment, You know, I think that would be what I would do. But I mean, you know, I I've never had a condo. I've never had a townhome. Um, yeah, I've never had any of those transactions. So
Yeah, you know what it is, bro. Like for me,
the
I'm
townhouse that I lived in, I was just me and my ex-wife were renting. So it
right,
wasn't, yeah.
right. For me, like I'm cool with townhouses. I'm cool with single families. I'm cool with all that stuff. Uh, the two areas that I really want to get into, because I've done all that. The two areas that I want to get into are the commercial side of housing. So that would be apartment building, probably 10, 15, 20 units, something like that. And uh, one thing that's kind of different than all this stuff is like hotel ownership. Like I see, because growing up, I always used to be like, man, how they get these kind of joints uh like a Holiday Inn or like uh, I mean, you name it, whether it's a Holiday Inn,
Hmm.
whether it's a Marriott. Like, how do you get those kind of joints like that? Like, I mean, I understand how, but I'm kind of fascinated in terms of like the day to day running of how those things work.
Hmm.
I mean, and how much money those guys make. Especially the reason I say that is because with this coronavirus and stuff like that, anybody that knows how that stuff works, bro, like they're waiting for the big bust.
Hmm.
Like that's gonna be one of the biggest opportunities that I think I've ever seen in real estate, because all those hotels are gonna bust. Those
Oh, okay.
guys those guys are gonna get wiped out, and somebody's gonna walk in at 10 to 20 cents on the dollar and pick those things up and
Hmm.
ride the appreciation right up.
Hmm. Yeah, it's guys that I'm sure that know about that. I mean, primarily, your people, they are
Well,
heavy into hotels. Indians, Pakistanis, they are like niche. That's like something that they are known to invest in, right?
sure.
Um, I've where I lived. I mean, just about, well, not the big chains, but they typically have, like, they'll have some of the smaller chains like Econo Lodge or
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
um um
100%.
Motel 8 or Super
Yeah,
8,
yeah, yeah. Travel
Motel 6.
yeah,
Yeah.
travel Motel
Hmm.
6, travel
Cuz I think like Holiday Inn is not a franchise. I think it's corporate owned, but I might be wrong about that. But they'll own like the smaller, because it's a franchise. But then they'll also have they'll have a building that was, because what you talking about is like, yeah, I mean that's real estate too, and to me, because it's like basically just take real estate out of it, just call it lodging and housing, right? I
sure.
mean, people need a place to live constantly, like every day, no matter what. Like wherever I'm at right now, I mean, it could be a fire and we got to go somewhere. This house is compromised in any way. It has to, you'd have to go get another place to go lay your head. So it's like, okay, with real estate, with hotels, you have, I see a lot of people, primarily like Indians. They'll have a hotel. Might have been an apartment building, but they converted it into a hotel. um you know um it varies different. And some of them they call them roach motels because they're
Yeah,
not. They're
I,
kind of low grade.
yeah, man.
Um, the beds you might have an itch when you lay in because it's like bed bugs or not bed bugs but like mites. A lot of those hotels they have some type of scabby mites in them. Um, like even in the extended stay, I noticed that it was like I was getting bit like my skin, because I mean I noticed it was not like my bed where I was living before I got in the hotel. It was like worse. It was like okay something in there, and then I had to like what I had to do was I had to use some diatomaceous earth, and I had to like put it on the bed, and after a while, and then I had to spray stuff and everything. It's like it was my skin's very sensitive to stuff like that, and yeah, so it's like a lot of those motels they have that issue, and it's some worse than others. And I don't know the I haven't gotten a hotel room yet that I didn't haven't had that issue. Um, I think the higher tier hotels may not have the issue. I don't know. But extended stay is like 2-star, maybe 3-star hotel. I don't know, probably
Yeah,
more or less. Yeah.
yeah.
So,
You know what it is? Yeah. You know what it is? I'm gonna give you a little bit of game. The reason is because uh, I used to talk to a bunch of guys that were in the hotel business from time to time, and when I was kind of passing through, just on different business things and stuff like that, I would talk to uh, I would talk to a couple guys because I'd just be kind of moving and shaking and kind of just hanging out. The guys told me this, right? What ends up happening is when you first show up in the hotel industry, what they end up doing is they end up basically being like the maintenance man, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the attrition rate in the hotel business is strong. It's 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 strong and it's fast. So what ends up happening is if you're willing to work the hours, they'll give it to you. But what ends up happening is they got they said what ends up happening is people end up going in there and managing like a low end hotel, like an Econo Lodge, a Super 8, whatever. They go and basically get paid a salary plus they get lodging in the establishment as part of their compensation,
mm,
right? What happens after that is they sit in there for two years because they're managers now. They know everything about how those types of hotels are ran. And what they do after that is they start talking to the franchise. So the franchise knows that they're basically connected. And so they say, hey, the next time you guys basically build one of those things, like let me know in phase one, and I'll purchase it and basically move my ass over there. So what ends up happening then is they turn into being owner operators. They were operators without owning the joint. Now they're going into being owner operators. And what they'll do after they dump that that lower end spot is they'll go to a mid-level spot, dump that one, and then by the third time they're doing it, they've got a staff, so now they're owning the joint, and people underneath them are doing the same thing they did.
mm. Yeah, it's a lot to it, but it's like basically you got people that are need temporary housing. You going in the temporary housing type
Sure.
type space, because hotels typically are, that's what they are. I mean, and then you got people that'll stay for a week or two, or even longer, months. I mean, because um it was times that I stayed in a hotel for months because the house that I lived that I bought, that needed to be fixed up, or we just couldn't find an apartment. So I would it was times that I had stayed in a hotel for like a period of like a month or two. I was just in a hotel for about a month. So yeah, I mean it's temporary. How One thing about a hotel that I like is that you know you don't have to do nothing but pay in advance, show your ID, and they give you a room. Whereas an apartment, is you gotta fill this application out, you gotta run a credit check, you gotta run a background check, you gotta do all of these hoops and all of this stuff to get even qualified potentially to get to this apartment, or get to qualify to pay for this apartment.
Sure.
Well, and then also application fee, which is $50, which I hate application fees, because I would rather put $50 in a slot machine than pay $50 for an application fee for apartment. So, okay, all of that being said, that's what typically you have to go through hoops to get an apartment. Whereas an apartment to me does not seem like a higher thing. It's like slightly above a hotel room to me. Okay. Apartments can be converted into hotels. Hotels can be converted into apartments.
Sure.
It's happened before many of times, and it's like the thing I like about hotels is that it's like you get an apartment, a temporary apartment or a studio, without all of the bull crap that you got to go through with an apartment, but you end up having to pay more, but you don't have to go through all the bull crap. To get that hotel room, all I had to do was just call, make my reservation,
Call
then
and show up, bro. That's
yeah, and just show up. Yeah. Whereas apartment, I find myself uh not being able to get one because it's just like everywhere I call, it's just a whole bunch of red tape and all of this other crap. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna give up because I know I got this house on. I just gotta fix it up. I just need a place to lay my head so I can get things together. So, yeah, I mean, hotels. I'm sure there's books on it. I'm sure there's like consultants. I mean, if I wanted to get into hotels, I would probably go toward, someone that primarily will be what Indian descent, somewhere, because those are the people that I know of that do it pretty big. So if I wanted to get into hotels, that's where I would go. That's who I would be paying to show me the game as far as how to get in this industry, how to what do you do, and the day-to-day life and all of that, like, because that's who I seen a lot of times. That's where I paid my money. A lot of times with a lot of hotel owners were Indian, so but I'm not really into the hotel thing either. I'm not really. I'll tell you where I'm not interested in as far as real estate right now,
sure.
and it might change. The mobile home thing probably will never change.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now, land might change because I might find myself wanting to get into land, because I might want to grow some crops or something like that. Or I want to maybe have a homestead or something that I want to set up, whatever the case. I might be that might change in the near future as far as land. But I primarily I'm not looking for land right now. Condos, uh the only reason I was looking at condos was for me personally because I was looking when I was looking at real estate, I was looking at around 0 to 30K. So 0 to 30K, a few condos popped up. Okay. Now, when I contacted the real estate person, they never got back to me because I was literally interested in one or two condos that came up in real estate listings or whatever. But I don't know, maybe it was a faulty listing or whatever the case may be. But I would have considered a condo. The townhouses, a couple of those came up, but what's weird about the townhomes that came up, they wanted like all of this like requirements and stuff like that. Their requirements was like just as if you got a mortgage and you could have just paid the whole thing off in cash and you still would have not have been able to qualify. So that was kind of weird, but they came up a couple townhome units. They were like they're still up, like Park Forest, Illinois, townhouses like 14 grand, 13 grand. I mean, but they want you to like fill out all of these applications, whereas like almost like you're getting an apartment. But outside of that, most of the houses, the single family homes in the Cook County, Chicagoland area, those were fixer uppers. All of them. Okay. Couple multi-unit buildings, but you didn't want to probably buy any of them or me. Because if you did, because the ones that came up, they're like dilapidated to the point where you probably would have to spend 100 grand to fix it up to get it to where you can somewhat find or be able to get some tenants in there, and it's like, cause see, one thing about like fixer uppers, a lot of times it's kind of like what you said, where as far as you put 20,000 down and then you get a property that's $100,000 or whatever.
Right.
Well, one thing about like even the house that I have right now, um, I didn't bypass anything. I didn't get any deal per se. It wasn't necessarily a deal. It was just like the houses that came up in the search. I mean, it's a deal, but the deal is you're getting a property for cheap initially, right? So let's say, okay, you get a house for 30K. Okay, you got it. You paid the 30 cash, $30,000 cash. You have the property, but you still have to fix up the house. So all you end up doing is you you bypass like someone else fixing up the property, and you might save maybe 10 to 20, maybe $30,000 because that was what the profit would have been for someone that already bought the house and fixed it up and just fixed and flipped it. So you bought the property for 30K, and then um you still got to put 60 into it because that's what it requires for you to to have it where it's um to your liking. So all you did was you basically just acquired the property um without a mortgage, but it didn't in any shape, form, or fashion um get you out of the full amount that you had to pay to fix up the property to a good condition home. You didn't, you saved a little bit, but you still had to fix it up. You know, it doesn't, you can't get around the fixing up part because that's still going to cost you. You don't have to do it all at once. You still have the property. You can hold it for as long as you want. Um, you can take as long as time you want, but you still didn't get past the rehab part of fixing the house up. Still have to spend a lot of money to do that. Um, you know, you didn't you don't it's no free lunch. You
Sure,
know,
sure,
yeah.
sure. It's just for me, like you dealing with lot rent and all this other kind of stuff. Like,
Mm,
it's once I'm done with a deal, I want it to be done. I don't
mm,
like having like a lot of weird. Uh, I don't like having a lot of weird expenses that I don't really know. Like, okay, you
mm.
got lot rent, you got electricity, you got this, that, and the other. I'm like, what am I paying for?
Right. Yeah.
And and,
Yeah.
and, and the thing and the thing is, you got complete shit resale value on top of that.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, I don't even know how that works. I
the
mean, you got,
resale value is non-existent, bro.
oh yeah. Yeah.
It, there ain't nothing there.
Right, right.
I mean, I've seen these deals. I'm like, yeah, like on a
Mm.
cash flow, sense, they make sense. But there's,
What about modular homes and stuff like that? Is
uh,
that
I like those. I like.
uh
I mean, basically, what they are is they're stick-built homes that are built in the factory instead of, you know, being
mhm,
done the traditional way.
mhm,
They have the same resale value because they're nailed onto the foundation the same way that normal homes are. You
mhm,
ain't doing that shit.
mhm. I was interested in that for like a few years ago. I was really interested into that. I don't know why I was, but I was, well, I guess I was. I do know why, because the it was fairly cheap to make versus a real house, and you could actually get like entire all of the materials for the house to be shipped right on the project site of where the house will be built, and they can like they can build the house within a few days or something like that.
Right, right, yeah, because they do it all in the factory.
Right.
If so what it is they've got it set up like a um
Lego house or something.
yeah, basically.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
just
it's the assembly line approach.
mm. So,
You know,
and then they had like really nice houses that were like you could buy in a kit, and then they basically ship you all of the material, and then you get your builder to put it all together.
right,
I
right.
mean, that was very appealing. And then some of these houses, um, that was like literally they're like really nice houses. They're like a complete house kit. And then, you just gotta have a foundation, you have to have sewer water line hookups and stuff like that, and then get it approved from the town and stuff like that to code. Um, and that's it. They ship you in a wide trailer or whatever, wide load trailer, all of this material to the construction site, and then you get your builder to build it. Literally, I think that's how they do all of these houses. These new construction homes. Not all of them, but a lot of them. That's the process. These are like modular homes. A lot of them, something like that.
Sure, for sure, bro. Uh, I'm gonna bounce for a sec. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce for tonight, but I'll be back,
All right. Okay.
man. It's a little late for me. Plus, I gotta be up in like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh
So
yeah, definitely.
if you
Yeah, I
if
yeah,
you
I'll just finish off. I guess you could listen on the playback. I mean, it's cool.
no,
But
I'll
oh,
be here. I'll listen to the rest of the stuff while I'm laying down on
okay,
YouTube and stuff like that.
okay,
But
yeah,
yeah, keep up the good work, man. Everybody, check out the MSPs. Like,
yeah.
yeah, even on YouTube, check out Al's Herbs. Like everything, man. Like, it is what it is, bro. Keep
All
up
right,
the good work.
all right.
Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't necessarily. I mean, didn't know where everything was going, but I definitely, I love talking about real estate too, of course. But yeah, Soul Shader, you still there? Or
Yeah, I'm still here.
okay, okay,
What's up?
yeah. So yeah, as far as that, other those houses, I mean those condos and stuff. You got you got to look at it like, well, the HOA fees and the taxes is gonna be your cost every month, and whatever the cost of the condo unit, and that's what that is. But you could ultimately bypass that. You can't bypass, well, as far as I know, you can't bypass the taxes. If you get your own house, you can, as long as it's in a safe neighborhood, you should be fine as far as your safety. But it's like, yeah, with a lot of those houses, with those condos, you got those HOA fees, and got other things of that nature, you know. So, but
Right.
yeah. So, but you got, if you're not in a hurry to move, I mean, you might have more options available, man. I mean, just keep looking, keep learning as well. I mean, if you gonna have to learn the process and stuff like that, because it's a lot of stuff to know. But it's just okay. You guys still got time, and you definitely want to, you don't want to jump into something. You definitely don't want to do that. Definitely don't want to jump into something like this where getting in a property, and then you don't want it and you're stuck with it. But definitely try to make your next move your best move, type of thing. I just, with my house, I just wanted to get something. I did not, I knew I wasn't able to get a mortgage, so I had to pay cash. And I didn't really have a lot of cash on hand, so I had to get kind of like a lower entry type of property. That was just the situation. But I don't think like lowly of that, but it just was what it was. Now, the thing is that that's just how things are. Like, the Dodd-Frank Act made it where, you know, because they were giving all of these people mortgages with the like, it was doing all these different tactics or whatever, and the housing market collapsed. So they say you got to have all of these ducks lined up before you're able to get a mortgage. For one, you have to have at least a 620 credit score. And then you gotta be able to qualify, show like I guess your income and everything like that. Well, I got the income, I got all of the other stuff, but I don't have the credit score. So it's kind of goofy because it's like I should be able to at least qualify for a $50,000 mortgage, but I don't, so I gotta get in where I fit in if I want to get a property or I have to rent. Um, so I didn't want to rent, so I just did the other option. But this is what I would say because people are still getting foreclosed on. People still losing their property even with the Dodd-Frank Act. It's not a foolproof plan, or it's not even something that I think is even good, because this is what I would do. I would make definitely some type of like checklist of qualification, right? But I would have it where this is what I would do. If you would have to, I would lower the initial requirements to 550. And what I would do is I would say, well, if you got below the 620, you got to put down like at least 20% on the property in order to actually qualify. You're 20% ownership before you even sign the papers. So you don't even have to have the property insurance and all of that, and you already 20% invested in. So it's kind of like they do that with apartments, where if your credit is lower, you got to put down double security plus the first month's rent. It's kind of like that, where okay, well, we see your credit score is low, but you see you work, you qualify for that, but your credit score is low, so you just put down, we require, by state or federal law, you got to put down at least 20%, because your credit is below the 620. And that's all they have to do. And literally with that, they would have more people, homeowners, because all I would do is basically find a property that is something that I could pay put down a 20% required, right? So a $50,000 property, I mean, that would be about 20%, it would be about $10,000. Okay. So I mean, that's totally doable, or let's just say, I just I want to get a $30,000 property, and then I just put down $6,000. Rather than just be like, oh well, you got to have 620 and then this and this. Well, still people that's got 620 credit scores or above, that's still getting foreclosed on. Because the thing about it is, they can't they can't probably necessarily afford the mortgage that they have, because if they got laid off, then they like, well, okay, I can't pay this mortgage. Whereas if you already 20% in, you only can it does two things. You 10%, you only can get something you can afford if you got to put down 20%, because that's a pretty high amount to put down. So you're only gonna, by default, you're getting yourself into something that you can afford. So you're less likely to have have a foreclosure. So that's what I would do, but ultimately that's about how much close to where I'm gonna have to pay for this house, because I gotta I'm gonna put in about 20K in repairs, $10,000 to pay for the property to own it. So that's 30. So I mean, the house is only worth about 50,000. So it's like, I mean, I'm only saving myself what, about $10,000, $20,000, but I'm still in it to where I'm gonna eventually put this amount of money up. This is what is gonna be required for this house to look nice and decent, and get everything that it needs. So it's like it's like basically I'm saying I'm good for it, but it's like I still can't get it. So I gotta spend all of this money to get it fixed and all this and go through all of these different hardships because just everything happens so fast, and it's like going from zero to a hero. um I just, yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I still would love to find an apartment, but I don't know anybody that has an apartment. I just pretty much kind of gave up because I was like, well, forget it, and it's like now all I gotta how I look at it now is like I'm almost halfway done fixing up this house. I might as well just stay the course, and then just deal with that rather than just even forget thinking about. Cause see, by the time I even go get an apartment, I gotta put down whatever I gotta put down, probably like $1,500 or whatever. Well, I put $1,500, I got my plumbing started. That's what the labor cost is for the plumbing, and the piping is doesn't really require that much. And then I need a water heater. Water heater is like $300. Um, so it's like I might as well put that into the property. It goes back to, well, I might as well just put this in the property and stay where I'm at. And that's kind of where I'm at with things. But I didn't know everything was gonna happen like this. I just my sister, she died all of a sudden. I was staying with her. I was kind of not uncomfortable in that situation. But it was like it wasn't. I was just dealing with different things. I was like dealing with behaviors and stuff like that. That's kind of annoying too, but I don't know. Like now, I'm just dealing with comfortability issues. Like it's just kind of uncomfortable. But it's not gonna be too long, man. I'm hoping that the next 60 days I can have water flowing, have some electricity. Electrician is almost done with the major part of the electrical work, and I'm gonna be trying to get the plumbing started within the next couple weeks. So probably about December, probably start the plumbing. The main thing I got to do first is just do the sewage, but I mean, I say all that to say basically, man, you still, even if you buy a house for cheap, for cash, you still not getting around the fact that you're gonna need repairs. Even if you buy a house, like you get a mortgage, you it's gonna be things that you don't like. Like for example, that first condo, that tile, you might not even like it. You might like, man, I gotta take this up, and I'm just looking at them floors, man, to replace all of that tile with some nice like tile, man, it's like at least $2,000. So that was a pretty big area. Tile can get kind of costly, and get some new drapes and all of that, or get some window coverings. It costs a little bit of money. You might want to get a new washer or dryer, or refrigerator. You going is houses is gonna require some things. You're gonna be like, well, nah, I can't. Nah, this bathroom is kind of old and stale. I'm gonna want to redo this bathroom. So even with a house that's like you got a mortgage on, it's like quote unquote ready to move in. You just might not like certain things, and you're gonna have to fix it up because you like, I can't. I can't deal with this bathroom. It looks like a Brady Bunch bathroom. You know, like my grandparents' house, man. I feel bad for whoever gonna have to fix this house up, or like renovate this. I mean, I feel bad, man. I feel real bad because it's gonna need about 5 dumpsters with refills to get all of this junk up out of here. And you know, I'm probably gonna need an auction house to come in because some of this stuff is probably it's probably expensive. Like I'm gonna try to help my grandmother sell some of this stuff because like this painting that I keep looking at, I'm trying to figure out what who this artist is, and it's like it looks like it's probably this painting alone is probably worth like $5,000 or $10,000 if not more, and she don't know. But I've been trying to I'm gonna try to find some people that are like artists, experts, and antique experts because she got some stuff around here that's like ancient, um, like just I mean, who knows what it is? Like I know it's like something of value, like, and she would sell it. She would sell it if she knew like how much it's worth, but she don't know how much it's worth, And it's like I don't know either, but yeah, but you got anything else to say, man? I'm probably end up hopping off here. Gotta go start. It's a short week this week. Well, next week because of the Thanksgiving holiday. So I don't have to go in Thursday or Friday. I just gotta actually I only have to go in Monday and Tuesday to the office because I think Wednesday I'm just gonna stay home and work remote. So it's gonna be a short week. So so Shader, you there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I don't have anything else to say, man.
Okay. All right, man. It was nice talking to you, man. I thought, maybe you was just in the shadows. Do you got a channel? Do you go live on your channel or anything, or just?
Yeah, I need to be going live at the end of this month. I'm gonna be talking about the stock market and like how I got my portfolio to where it is. I'll be
Oh,
talking about
okay.
that.
I'm gonna check your channel out, man. I'm gonna see what you're talking about, man. And I get a chance to. But yeah, I'll definitely be talking about the market tomorrow. I don't necessarily know what I'm gonna be talking about, but I'll see. I usually figure it out by about maybe lunchtime, before lunchtime or a little bit after lunchtime. Let me see here. Got a private chat. Let's see here. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's my channel right there. Yeah, I'm trying to make it like an art channel, basically like a drawing channel.
Oh,
But I want to
okay.
also talk about other stuff, maybe like finance and other stuff. So make it a
Oh, okay.
combination of different things.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, it's some stuff. Okay, I did one video where I was talking about below bow and above bow decisions. That was like some like animation type thing that I was looking that I like used, and I think they let you do so many videos a month for free, and then of course it shows the pre like the free trial or whatever the branding. But that was pretty cool. I think that video that I did, it was not it was okay. It was pretty cool. It was kind of like animated a little bit. It's like the little drawing, like you draw it was like drawing the boat, it was drawing the water line and all this stuff. Is why I was actually talking about it. But yeah, it's other stuff too that like you draw out actually animation. I think it's called Doodly or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know that I can't draw a stick figure.
Oh
So,
yeah, I used to draw a whole bunch of stick figures, and then I just slowly started to get better and got
oh,
into drawing more. Try to draw more like anime type of stuff.
oh, okay. Yeah, cause them cartoons, man, like I used to like to watch Boondocks.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah,
a cool show.
man, I was into Boondocks, man. I used to be dying, cracking up, man, watching Boondocks, man. And I wonder how they do that, but I mean, they like, man, could make it so look so good. But I like I said, I'm not really that good with the art at all. I'm not good at all with that. I just stay out of that. Leave that to other people. But I'm definitely gonna check out your channel, man. But yeah, I'll be talking about the markets tomorrow for sure. I don't really know, what to really talk about. I mean, the market where how I see it now is just kind of like it's trying to figure out where to go. I guess I'll talk about COVID with vaccines because that seems to be what's going on. Maybe that's what I'll talk about as far as Moderna and Pfizer because they got these vaccines that are on the rise as far as trying to get those out
Oh
and
yeah,
see.
yeah. I got Pfizer stock.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm probably talk about them as far as what is up with the vaccines and in the stock market. So I guess that's what I'll talk about. Because I can't really think of anything else to really talk about. So yeah, I'll see what's up with that. But I'll definitely you know look out for you tomorrow, or if not on the next live I go. Um, have a good night. Take it
All right
easy.
then. All
All
right
right.
then. I'll see you later, man.
See you.